Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Bring up the chat over there. Hello, Mission Evolver, Basti, Beautiful Tempo, Mind's Eye, produced by Exit Life. How y'all doing? Yo, hype for the new Pluck Data patches you teased. Yes. I very much share that excitement. I'm sorry to hear that, beautiful. We all get that writer's block. I'm doing good too. This stream is now happening from a different place. It is not the caravan no more. That chapter is hopefully over with soon. For anyone wondering, because I think I've mentioned it in the past streams, I was living in a caravan for 2.5 years, and we recently decided to finally move out because this winter that we're having in Germany was the last time it was this heavy was about 10 years ago, roughly, and things just kind of started to break down with that sort of lifestyle, and things just kind of got a bit too miserable for my taste. So we're back at an apartment where we were renting out just one room. To just have an address, an official address. So we're back in there, and now we're sort of just kind of getting situated and looking for hopefully a final place. But we might also consider spending some time in like temporary apartments, just like pre-furnished ones, like in different countries, just to wait out the housing market a little bit and see where it's going. Because right now in Germany it's quite tough, and it was an interesting time living in the caravan, because you're effectively trading a bunch of different things about living, either in as a tenant in apartments, or living in a caravan where you're a lot more independent effectively, but you also kind of get to really have to deal with just surviving a lot more than you have to with living in an apartment. It's a balance between, do you want to pay more money but have it be more comfortable, or do you want to save some money but have to do like things necessary to survive every day effectively. And yes, struggling with space as well, of course, because caravans can be quite tricky in terms of space. So this one room that we have here has double, if not triple, the space that we had in the caravan already, and it's just one room, right? That would not be enough for most people. We got used to just being in that tiny space of the caravan, and that was obviously another thing. And ultimately, if you grew up living a hard life, I'd say it's probably easier for you to do that kind of stuff. But if you grew up in apartments where there was convenience to things like having running water, having wastewater pipes, right, that just take all of the wastewater away for you, having heating that's pre-installed, and you don't have to go and grab gas tanks every 5 days, so that you can heat yourself and stuff like that. And especially, toilet situation, right? Germany is a safe place technically, but I think still, if you decide to be somewhere else, you can obviously take your caravan with you, or you can leave it. And if you leave it, I personally was still a bit paranoid about leaving it out at a campsite and not being close by. And obviously then an apartment is a lot safer, because the door that you have at a caravan, if someone wanted to break in, they could. It's not comparable. But that chapter is hopefully over soon. We're obviously already kind of moved out, and I'm now looking to prep up the caravan again, have it be, just normal again, because we did kind of change it a little bit to suit our living situation. And then hopefully we can move on with that. Hi, hello, Mist Love Stars. I finally can watch your streams. Been missing the last couple of streams on Bitwig. Oh, that's cool to hear. Yeah, I wasn't sure about actually streaming on a Saturday, because people kind of tend to be outside, but someone mentioned to me that, well, it's winter time, so it's less likely for people to go and spend some time outside during a Saturday when it's still, cold and wet and everything outside. Congrats on that transition. Thank you. It was quite something, because the one bedroom that we have here, that was effectively just a storage box, you can think of it, for 2.5 years. So obviously there was a bed and stuff inside, but it wasn't really habitable to the degree that it is now. And it was quite overwhelming to come back and have to take care of everything within a few days, so you can actually exist inside of it. So yeah. One positive is that we're not relying on Starlink for streaming, so hopefully we're gonna have no breakups at all, right? Which is big for me, is that things just run well. That was one of the reasons why I didn't stream as much during that time, is because Starlink wasn't quite up to the task when it came to having a stable connection. and all of you obviously noticed that, right? When I was streaming. How's Bitwig been treating you? Great. I mean, the DAW is great. There's a few things where I'm really wishing that they would hopefully listen to some feedback soon. I may or may not be able to talk with some of the people there at Bitwig, which is pretty cool because that's never happened with Ableton in the like 6 to 7 years that I used Ableton. And hopefully, I mean, for me, the most important thing really just is the way you can stretch samples, using resampling and playing it fast or slower, but based on semitones. It's based on pitch. I think it's a huge issue that's not, a given. I feel like that should definitely be looked into. And the other thing would be, if they already have the license for Elastic by Z-Plane, why not just implement it into the sampler like Ableton has, but actually have it be so good that it can turn a single sample into a multi-sample library that just, is so musical. And if that's something they consider, that's great. If not, then I'm gonna take the time to make a Pluck Data instrument that does that. What's it saying? Just a second. The stream something? What's it saying? Oh wow, I can really turn up the bitrate here. Apparently. Let me check this out. So YouTube is telling me, hey, you have a lot more bandwidth available. You can turn up the quality quite a bit. Let's turn it up to 6,000 kilobytes per second. See how that goes. So I've just turned it up to 6,000. I don't know if there's going to be a difference. I'm obviously hoping there is. Maybe it'll appear or not. I don't know. Oh, I think it does look a bit better, doesn't it? It looks a little bit less compressed now. So this 6K is good anyways. Okay, so we're just going to go with 6K. That looks good. Okay, that looks way better. Wow, okay. See, I couldn't do that with Starlink. With Starlink, I was like... Starlink, the upload speeds are bad with Starlink. The download speeds are actually better than what Telecom is offering me right now here in this place. The download speeds were great on Starlink. I could download a 100 gigabyte game there pretty easily. But upload speeds were quite miserable. So this is looking good. Also, hello Oversampled. How you doing? If you see smearing, that's low bit rate. Yeah. There's a bunch of little things. I think for production live streams, it kind of depends on how important it is, because most of the picture is kind of static to some degree. So it was kind of okay, but obviously I'm glad that I don't have to be below the recommended rate. And even then, I would get pop-ups in OBS that it was too high still at 2,500 kilobytes per second, which is like nothing, right? It's like 2 megabytes. So yeah, a bit of a trade-off, I suppose. Anyways, this stream, I have a new song that I'm working on that I have not shown you yet. I started it, I think, 3 or 4 weeks ago in Bitwig, and I'm meaning to finish it as well very, very soon. Because I have no excuses. I don't have I'm not using a DAW that slows down with a big project. It doesn't happen anymore. There's one weird bug with Bitwig at the moment where it kind of freaks out after some time. It kind of just it starts like, I think things like kilohertz, the entire kilohertz suite just starts lagging like crazy. It runs at like 3 FPS. So maybe it'll happen on stream, which would be a good thing, because then I can show you what's happening and I can send it to kilohertz to kind of visualize them what's going on. Maybe it's a Bitwig issue, maybe it's a kilohertz related, which would be a rare thing, because usually kilohertz stuff is pretty solid. So 27,000, that's really good. That must be big file sizes then if you Unless you there's an option for you to, no, even then, maybe it might make more sense to encode to AV1 and then have a lower bit rate, because then you're saving disk space. You haven't, ID alert. Is this stream going to be a continuation of the previous Bitwig? It's not going to be a continuation, because right now with the other track, it's mostly about polishing and coming up with new sections. This is an entirely new thing, and the drop actually that I wanted to work on for this is going to be the second drop after the first drop. I want it to be bro step, and I need to figure out a good transition to go to a little bit more of that sort of darker style. So I have to figure that out. 1.2, 1 hour and 20 minutes is 16 gigabytes. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Well, so long you've bought enough disk space before all the prices went up, it's probably fine. You haven't been releasing any singles lately. I've been waiting. Yes, so 2026 is the year when I want to start doing that. I have all the systems in place to start releasing now, which is great. Stop gatekeeping those IDs. It's tricky, right? Because I have to get all of the songs out of Ableton hell effectively, because they're all stuck as Ableton projects, and I have to probably stem them out or something and move them over to Bitwig so I can actually finish them, which is pretty funny that I have to then switch to an entirely different DAW just to finish my music. But that is a lot of work. That is tedious work. That is not the song progressing. It's just moving over to a different DAW. It's not something I'm looking forward to, but hopefully something that is going to be worth doing. An ID showcase would be crazy, not gonna lie. Yeah, that would be fun. Just my music has been changing so much in terms of quality of mixing and sound design, etc. It's just been steadily growing thanks to the Patreon, especially thanks to the sample packs that I had to effectively regularly do every month. Right, it's like practice, really. It's practice, and maybe I will actually go back into doing sample packs again in the future. Starting a fourth volume effectively, because there's so much more stuff now to explore, so many more things to do. So who knows? Maybe there'll be a continuation soon. But for now, obviously, it's mostly about Pluck Data stuff, because there's a lot of moving parts in Pluck Data happening currently. The new update is coming out soon, and we're actually going to be working on this project with a nightly version of Pluck Data. Nightly version is effectively an experimental version, or a version, and like a beta version or an alpha version of the alpha, because Pluck Data is, I think, technically alpha. I don't know if it's even alpha. But this is the version that Timothy, the developer, has been working on for a while now. Just basically 0.9.3 is just supposed to be fixing bugs that are present in 0.9.2. But they were kind enough to also include some nice features, which was just one primary feature, which was regarding zoom. Because I know some of you may be using a MacBook, for example, and Macs like to do this thing where they have like Retina resolution for the pixel resolution, but everything's scaled up bigger. So some plugins and some programs can look pixelated because of that. But then if you set it to the actual resolution of the display, everything's just too small. I have the same issue on my MacBook Air M4, which is like 13.5 inches. And if I set the actual resolution, everything's like tiny. So I understand that people want to use, scaled resolutions, and the same thing goes for Windows. Some people have Windows laptops and they want to use scaled resolutions, or they have 4K displays and they want to use like 150%. That's totally understandable. But then a lot of programs aren't designed to work around that. And so I was talking to Timothy about how to deal with that. And then I had this idea of doing internal scaling. So effectively, what I'm going to have to do is when 0.9.3 releases, and I can actually show you this with the upcoming version of Spec Comp, not of Spec Comp, of Curve Comp, because that was the primary one that I wanted to try this with, is right here. Well, I do have this version. I think this is the old one. This is the new one, I believe. So this is Curve Comp version 1.5. Yes, very true, bestie. Everyone, please like the stream. It'll just turn up the algorithm, and more people will see it. Especially people who may be also bored on a Saturday. And Blur will also be shown. Yes, that'll also be shown. Also, hello, Alistair. Welcome. So this is Curve Comp, and this is the version 1.5. So you can see there's a few things that have changed. And actually, right now, I can see it's using the wrong PD Lua. Wrong PD Lua version. It's using the one for the prior version. So this UI is very, very small, which is fine. I'll just close this for now. I'll just open up. Actually, I might actually open up a new project in a second here, but I'll just open up over here. Oh, I gotta mute this. 1 second. There we go. So this is Curve Comp version 1.5. As you can see, it's got a new UI, and one of the big features is one of the things now that is a big feature is that if you change the zoom, it'll remember it for the patch. So, for example, if I set it to 75% and I close the patch and I reopen it, it'll remember. Oh, let me remove that again. It'll remember the size of the patch. So just naturally, if you decide to, zoom into a patch because, you have a bigger screen or anything like that, Pluck Data will now just remember the patch zoom for every patch, which is awesome. That's such an awesome feature. But with that, of course, we had this big issue, and we still have this issue with all the current patches. For example, with Spec Beta 2, that if you zoom in too far, things start to look a little bit pixelated. And I can hear myself again. Let me just turn this down. There we go. Things start to look a little bit pixelated, right? And that's because the assets, the PNG assets that I use in my Pluck Data patches are of a smaller resolution. So that's a bit of a problem. And the solution there is to actually render everything in double the resolution. And that's what I've done for Curve Comp so far, right? Spec Comp is still in the works. But with Curve Comp, you can see that even if I go to 200%, it's sharp. It's completely sharp because all of the assets are double the resolution. So everything looks entirely sharp. And this isn't only great, for if you want to make the size of the plugin really big, but also if you're using Windows scaling or macOS scaling, the clarity of the UI will retain itself. It will not pixelate like with most other plugins or other programs that have that issue. So things will stay sharp even if you say have a 4K display on Windows and you're using 150% scaling. Things will remain to look sharp. And this is only usually something that you see with vector UI. When people do like PD Lua, for example, here is using with vectorized UI, that's where you can see things like looking sharp at any resolution, at any window scaling. And in this case, the developer was kind enough to look at how to make this work with Pluck Data patches. So things will retain the sharpness, which is great, and the detail. So if you like, for example, Curve Comp at 125% rather than 100%, you can set it to that, and then every time you open it, it'll be that size. Another new feature is, as you can see, obviously, the new dial design, as you can see them here. They're all, I think, a little bit nicer looking now. Another new feature is these modes right here. So you have a safe mode, and you have a raw mode. And we can go into those in a bit, because Curve Comp version 1.5 isn't released yet, but it's basically ready. What this is the raw mode is effectively just a raw compressor, which has no look-ahead smoothing, which can actually give you almost like wave shaping like qualities. If you have the attack and release all the way down, it'll basically turn into a wave shaper. I can show you or demonstrate this probably with my voice, actually. If I have the attack and release at 0, it gets really crunchy. And if I have it at safe, it's applying a effect which is sort of symmetrical smoothing to the compression curve, which uses a little bit of look ahead and uses a little bit more CPU. But the way this works is it effectively never distorts. It cannot cause clicks or pops that like wave shaping distortion can kind of introduce, or like regular compressors can introduce. This is entirely safe. So I would recommend using the safe mode for mixing purposes. If it's about, leveling out sounds. So say you want the sound to never be louder than minus 12 dB. And then we want to compensate dynamics wise for making it a little bit quieter, but more consistent. So you'd also be turning up the gain, right? So you get a more consistent sound and without introducing any downsides of compression. That's the idea behind Curve Comp, and it becomes a very, very powerful mixing tool. The current version of Curve Comp has look ahead baked in. It's about a millisecond, I think, or 1.5 milliseconds. This now makes it optional. So if you switch to raw mode, it will only use the latency of Pluck Data, which is 64 samples. And if you enable the safe mode, I think the latency jumps up to, it should be somewhere around here. Let me see. Yeah, it jumps up to 188, I believe. Total latency total, you can see it right here, 3.9 milliseconds. And if I disable it in raw mode, it's going to be 1.3 milliseconds. So because what I wanted is effectively something like the kilohertz limiter, which is amazing. I don't know how they managed to make it so clean and never distort at only 2 milliseconds of look ahead, like latency. And I figured that it has to do with sort of box blurring, box symmetric smoothing, but it's very, very tough to get right. And any tiny issue can cause peaks and overs over the maximum that you set. So what I'm actually doing is something else, where I'm doing an overlap add method that is generally used with FFT and granular synthesis sometimes even. And I'm using that to do non-causal, almost FIR style filtering, which only adds a release to a signal in a symmetrical direction. And so the release is never louder than the highest peak, but it'll smooth out any other peaks below it, which is really, really cool. So it's a cool system. It's a bit more expensive. And I did actually optimize it a little bit. But it is so worth it. And it sounds so clean. It comes very close to the kilohertz limiter, which is just goated at this point. But yeah, that's Curve Comp version 1.5. And then the other one that I'm going to be showing off later is Blur, which is another really, really cool kind of unique effect, because no one's doing it like this effectively. Also, we have some more people on the chat. Tovin. Hello, Tovin. Pine Music. And Reese. The Bitwig volume output appears to be just on the left. Oh, no, that was just Pluck Data as a standalone. Nazca, I'm probably the only person that will ask for this, but how possible is it for the dev of Pluck Data to bring it to Pro Tools? Curve Comp would be insanely helpful in my professional mixes. Is it not available for Pro Tools? Do you need, what's the format that it needs? And I remember actually the Zinf Audio guys had an issue as well where they had to, I think, retain a license or something to create plugins for Pro Tools. So I don't quite remember. Another two things that I wanted to do, by the way, in this stream was to finally go over, and I'm not going to go over like super in detail, but some people were asking how to actually use Curve Comp and how to use Spec Comp, because the curvature kind of system can be confusing to some people. So we're going to go into how that works as well, so people have an idea of how to use it. And obviously, we're going to be working on this track, which I'm going to be playing here in a second. So you have a rough idea on what I want to work on. Definitely getting all of your patch again, since you've updated most of them. Yes, I would probably recommend to wait until Pluck Data 0.9.3 comes out officially, because only then I'm going to start actually updating all of the patches one after another. Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of other cool things like versioning of patches and versions, and automatic finding of missing file paths and stuff. If you break anything, then hopefully the new system that the developer implemented will kind of alleviate some of those mistakes. Do you know how to make a playhead get back on start point when you pause it? Struggling with this so bad. Well, I think it does it for me. I click here. Do you know when Pluck Data 0.9.3 comes? I think the dev was mentioning somewhere around the next week or two. Is they're being optimistic about that? It doesn't mean it will release in that time. Actually, we caught a bug today. A user, someone was using Spec Beta 2 on I think a Mac machine on Bitwig. It seemed like the Bitwig beta. They had an issue where the curve editor wasn't reacting anymore once you pressed space to play the playlist and you stopped it, and then the curve editor would just kind of ignore mouse inputs. So that's a bug which needs to be fixed. And but then after that, I don't think there's anything left. Like, it's just whatever bugs or glitches the developer has on their end that they need to look at. But yeah, the January was full of just bug hunting and troubleshooting and debugging and all of those things. And obviously moving, right? Which was another thing. Yeah, it's not months later. So it's coming out very soon. And then after that, the dev was hopeful to work on the VST3 and clap exporter, which is great. So that will hopefully alleviate some of the maybe pressure on having Pluck Data work as a system. Though I will personally probably just continue using Pluck Data rather than the standalone versions. But I know a lot of people kind of like using the VST3 library as sort of similar to like a sample pack, where they can just pick the effect that they want, rather than having multiple kind of bundled plugin experiences like Contact or other ones. So I think a lot of people are looking forward to that. Alrighty, so this is my second tune, my second song in Bitwig, I think. Yeah, basically. I'm going to go ahead and Vision 4X can go, because we now got Megascope, which hopefully I don't have to log in. I don't have to log in anymore. That kind of fixed itself, which is nice. That's going to be that, and then we need Spectrum. I'm going to open that guy up. Right next to it. Let's make both of these fairly small. There we go. then I had this drop as well, which I don't know if I'm going to use it just yet, but this is another cool idea. And then we also have this very chill part, which I want to put into the breakdown. Very chill. So yeah, that's the second tune in Bitwig. Lots of stuff going on. All PP as well. I don't think there's much serum in here. There may be here or there, but it's really just, honing in on facepalm and getting to really know that synth continuously. I think I used some Omnisphere as well. I bought Omnisphere 2 a while ago. Thank you so much, Mackie, and everyone else who's liking the track. I appreciate it. All PP. PP superiority, you could say. There's some contact in here, obviously some faceplant for bread and butter synthesis, contact, faceplant, and then Omnisphere sprinkled in like here. And then the vocals, sort of the kind of vocal snippets that you could hear, are all from Synthesizer V. So all of these things. And I think I have these vocal snippets. And all of these things are, I believe, I have some automations here for, let me check, format. Oh, I actually haven't changed the format here. But this is using, what is it? Elastic Pro, and it's using the format, and this is stuff that you can't quite do in Ableton, which is pretty cool. Having direct control of performance is quite nice. So this would otherwise sound like this. So that's giving me quite a bit of control there. And then here I'm actually automating the format to go down, which is pretty cool. And then I think we have some more vocals somewhere. I think this is Omnisphere. What's this? And yeah, a bunch of other stuff. Obviously the drop here is using the vocal as well in the first section. This is the kind of the entire drop section here. I'm gonna see if I can move this down a little bit. If anyone's wondering what this waveform visualizer is, this is Oscillus Megascope. And the reason I use it is because it looks like Ableton. So I can actually see waveforms that look like Ableton, which is still something that I am struggling with in terms of Bitwig, is that things don't look the same, they render differently, and it's still confusing me. So I still had to grab a plugin that can kind of show me things in this way. Then we have the drop section, and obviously we have facepalm in here. We have that bass, which is facepalm using Spec comp, chroma, which is doing some heavy lifting. Actually, not super heavy, just a bit. Just correcting some of the notes. This is it. Quite a bit of stuff going on, but it's all just kind of basic stuff. It's not. You can see the effects section is actually quite simple. We have brasses, and I think this is just kind of a top layer. So together they sound like this. Then we have that, and then I think this is the vocal right here. So if I solo that. So it's doing that. And then we have a nice, this is, yes, I sometimes do use my samples. But so this is the actual sample. If I go ahead and put this back to raw mode and I stretch it out, sounds like, one second. Oh, whoops. It's looping, I think. Let me see. Yeah, it's looping. I don't want that looping. I just want the raw sample, please. Thank you. That took way too long. Oh, there's a sidechain there. I guess there's a sidechain there as well. So we have that, but then I stretch it with elastic pitch. Completely different, right? So we just have this section. I think it's also pitched down. Yeah, it's pitched down for semitones. And then the main sound is right here. And that is a facepalm patch using the band reject, which is given the vowel. And then we have the texture. This is just texture. And this is actually just a saw wave. Yeah, this is just a saw wave. But it's giving us those harmonics in the mid-frequency spectrum. A sub below, and then this is just giving us the grid. It's nicely all separated, so I have control over everything, which is the most important thing. And then some layering, just some transients. I think I played around with other ideas. Like I had this idea, I think, as well here. Which that makes no sense anymore, at least. Yeah, none of these. I think these are just leftovers from a different idea. I think this one down here actually might be an idea. Not really either. So yeah, this was the main sort of idea. Is to have yeah. Then I'll mute that one. And then we have this other section where it's doing this. So that's, I think, just higher. Let's check this out. And I have, sometimes what I do is I don't, sometimes it's not necessary to do automations in the DAW. You can just take a long LFO, like this is a bar, and just have it be not retrigger via, I think this might actually be, okay, this is retriggering from MIDI, but it's long enough to feel like an automation, effectively. It's doing a pitch modulation there. And it's just a higher saw wave. So you can see all the format is coming from that saw wave, effectively. And it doesn't even have unison, it's just a clean saw wave. It does get some modulation from the noise layer, and it's getting some volume LFO in the opposite direction, which is interesting. Oh yeah, because this LFO is negative. And then we have some nice sort of tear-out style things. And here, what I like to do is have a a sort of formant bit for the tear-out, and then this is the sort of just the noise aspect. So it's the sub, and just literally just a pink noise with filtering, and a release tail that decays every time, doesn't actually get cut. So that's giving a nice canvas where you can put other things on top. And I'm pretty sure the other drop section that we have here, this bass, is the same concept. So we have this main. And that is, again, just a noise. And I think actually this might be using a pad here as well, just as a tonal layer. And one thing that is so awesome about facepalm is that you can just disable the harmonic pitch tracking from MIDI. So you just set this to 0 and just have a shift in there. So it's just constantly playing it like a drum sampler. and it's just giving us the same note. I have a preset that I made recently in Faceplant, where I abused that sort of technique. I think it's called something with what's it called? Oh god, I'll have to find it. Something with color, probably color based using granular. Was it that? Yeah, I think that's it. No. So here's a granular, but it's the same concept where the granular is not. I mean, I probably have to move it out of the group entirely. Oh my god, did I break it? Oh no, I think I broke it. Let me check. Where is it? Here we go. Yeah, let's do that again. Please move it outside. Thank you. So the color aspect is coming from this granular. So if I put it somewhere else, and if I were to pick a different melody loop, like if I were to go in here, melody loops, this is F minor. So if I pick something F minor, the cool part is I can play different notes, and it actually keeps it just plays the same thing, right? But if you have everything else of the synth changing, and you could, I think the reason I used the granular is because I wanted to control how long this is. So if I make the LFO shorter, I can really control it. And theoretically, there's one really cool thing that you could do, is depending on if you have control over the velocity, you could just have it where the different velocities triggers different offsets in the granular. So for example, I could, right now what I can do is just use note. So what I can do is I can use note and remap right here. So this is my range, right? I'll give it right here. And then this is my positive range. So that's my range of notes. And then I just apply this as an offset for the position. And then I get... Oh, I think it's actually bipolar. So I need to lower this, the amount, and then move this somewhere in the middle. And maybe I'll increase it now. So that's the idea, is you're just kind of picking different parts of this melody loop to be driven with the bass and filtered. You can pick different points. And right now I'm just doing this based on the incoming MIDI note, but you could, automate it, for example. You have a lot of control over that. And this is this sound has no chroma, nothing like that, which is pretty cool. How do you make that gyug? How do you, that low gyug? You mean like that's just this portion is coming mostly from the notch. That's opening up the middle and closing it, kind of like a mouth, effectively. But the notch has no. Think of the notch in this case, the way it's used here, of having imposing no change to magnitudes. It's just cutting or adding back. If you were to, for example, use something like a band reject, which you can use in filter table, you go to the band reject filter here, and we do the same thing. And like doing this. You can hear we're getting like that yoy sound because we're imposing, we're amplifying certain frequencies with those notches, right? With those peaks, I mean. I actually made a filter recently, a wavetable for filter table, which is called band reject hybrid. And the way this works is you go roughly like this. And the way it works is that it's actually only applying a resonance to the low band, not to the high band. So if you want to, you can add more resonance, but you can have it fairly mellow, and then it doesn't create that like yoy sound because it's not coming from the top. It's not resonating on the top end. It's only resonating from the bottom end, like a bandpass filter, effectively. The great part about that is as well, you can automate the resonance here. And then if you combine that again with this sound, yeah, you get a bunch of really cool results from combining filters like that. When you think of making a sound, how do you choose the right wavetable character to start it off? Since I guess the actual sound comes from the core. Yeah, I mean, it just depends, right? Like the texture. I think texture, you always have to be open for experimentation and just trying, trial and error. But what you really want to hone in on is the formants. You want to have those locked in. And then you want the texture to be kind of procedural. Like that can be procedural, that can be different. Sometimes it's fun as well to just do this, where, for example, you take a wavetable, and say you have a wavetable that is very, very gritty, not gritty. Sometimes it's fun to go in here and just go invert time, I think it is. I think it's time. Let's see, invert amplitude. Invert amplitude. Yeah, it's invert time. What that can happen, what that can cause is if you have, and I'm not sure actually if I was able to do this in here. No, we could do sync. So if I do sync and I do overlap, multiplier just 1, is that going to cause? No, it's not going to cause that. Thinking. Wait, we could draw our own thing here and then just mix it in. Is that the thing? No, that's causing amplitude modulation. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, there's no multiply in this case. Okay, well. Another example would be if I were to grab, say, a wavetable that does the, where is it? Like this, like it's doing a ring mod, so I do 100%. It's also fun to just flip this. So you go to invert time, and then you're getting, depending on the wavetable and where you put the phase. But this is, yeah, this has not such a big impact as inverting the time of the actual wavetable. It can give you interesting results because it kind of flips all the transients around. You can hear that. So if I do invert time. And you can hear that as a texture. So if I high pass most of the mid frequencies and I invert time, this one sounds more interesting to me than that one, right? So texture is very much up to experimentation, and you can just kind of mess around and see what fits. sometimes it's even cool to just use like a glitch for the top frequencies. Doesn't have to be a wavetable, because a wavetable is really just a sample as well. It's just a micro sample. So in terms of texture, I'm always leaving that up to experimentation. In terms of performance, I try to have control over that, so I can be consistent in that way. But yeah, it's sort of similar in this case, I suppose you could say, where this sound is sort of the texture, the canvas, and then this is the main sound where I'm just focused on building the formant. You can see like filter tail on here, just a lot of stuff that if I were to process these things, process the other sound with those things, it wouldn't sound good. And together, they really work together. And a lot of my sound design is just really based on that. But I've been really diving into filter table more recently because it's so OP. This I believe also relies on. Let's see. No, this one doesn't rely on filter table at all. Interesting. This is just a pure classic growl. It seems probably using a little bit of a little bit of Iris, Chroma, Spec. So I like using the band pass plus free OTT method. I think it's a cool method, but it locks you into a very specific sound. So what I like to do instead is try to just retain a high frequency content without like having to compress it overly by not even filtering it in the first place. So all I do is I use a ring mod here, this particular wavetable that I have, and the wavetables for Sample Pack Bundle Volume 3 on the Patreon. And this is just kind of a really nice, smooth kind of ring mod style envelope. And you can even see, if I wanted to, there's a part here that is automating. I could even have it change depending on, can have it be more staccato, I suppose, if I wanted it to. And then it's the band reject and the formant filter. I give it all of that vowel, all of that movement. So it's really the band reject here that's giving it that movement. And I think the notch filter wasn't enough in this case, because the notch filter doesn't really impose formants, it only removes. So I think, let me see if I have it here. If I move it like this and I do just that. See, there's nothing happening because it's unbiased. It's unbiased. You could then try, for example, this filter. I don't have it available right now, but there may be opportunities in the future where everyone can just grab this in this particular kind of way. But if I had, for example, this wavetable, and then I maybe also turn up the resonance. That'll be better. See, in this case, I would probably just use the band reject because that gave me the most vowel in this case. So, and then if you open this patch, you can actually see it's just high pass, low pass. And here's a really, really interesting thing about band reject filters. And I think Serum actually has this problem as well. When the two filters meet in the middle, if they're just a regular 6 dB, or I think this is 12 dB slope, high pass or low pass filter, and you have a resonance up and they meet in the middle, they actually phase cancel each other out, which is pretty funny. So what I had to have here was a channel mixer that actually inverts the phase of the upper frequency parallel signal. so that there was no phase cancellation happening when those two filters meet. Because otherwise, I think you might even be able... You can kind of hear it a little bit in this example, but it's so overcompressed that it's slightly hard to hear. But it's built into my band project snap heap effect, which is obviously as well on my Patreon. But yeah, the cool part about doing growls this way is that the wavetable really decides the content, right? If I were to go from complex 6 to something like additive, I get completely different. And the thing is if you use something like a band plus or band minus on any kind of wavetable, you always get a very similar result. With this, you don't. You always get different results. And you can also go and invert the time here, maybe. That's interesting. So yeah, that's how I do growls now, which is a lot more fun for me personally. I think I have another sound here. It's another growl there. Obviously, there's some samples here and there just to kind of get the songwriting, keep the songwriting up. I have the tear out one there. There's another main bass. Again, the band reject filter. Without it, where would I be? Comp filter for stereo, just a high pass again. Gain, flanger, such a simple sound really. It's just, again, this always. It's given us all the movement in this case. And the delay is helping actually remove a lot of, the flanger here is removing any potential grittiness from the wavetable. Though I think this might be partially squarified, just to make sure that it's fairly smooth. And another one. That's the body. And then that's sort of the fundamentals. Also, hello Hitasium. Hope you're doing well. What we're producing tonight is we're going to continue working on, well, not continue working on, but I started this song, which I can play one more time in a second here because a lot of more people have joined. And I'm going to be writing a bro step drop in this section right here because I wanted to get that machine back up and running because it's been dormant for a bit. But last things is I think this Synthesizer V vocal, which I don't know if it's going to play at all. I'm going to have to check it. It's playing later. I think just to completely ignore the lyrics here. They're just completely random. No, actually, they're not completely random. I did actually end up kind of trying to go for an atmosphere and a kind of a setting. Let me see if I can actually grab the damn thing. To get that, and then later here. I think that actually plays in the actual song as well. I don't think that's actually muted. And then what I did is I kind of like mangled that and had this thing. And then I used this for the intro. Yes, I very much enjoy working in Bitwig. Yes. It's very freeing to be able to work on a project without slowdowns. It's quite nice. You can see it's all nice and smooth, and if I added a channel now, it would be instant. It's quite nice. It's good to have a DAW that doesn't slow down, you know? It's good to have that. Helps a lot with wanting to finish songs that you started. So this is the song again. I'll play it one more time. Oh, a last thing is this actually started as an idea from a dream. So I had sometimes it's been happening more recently where I would dream a melody, and I don't know if you guys have this, but if you dream about like making music or like you're sleeping and dreaming, right? You're dreaming about making music, and whatever you do in your dream is like an absolute banger. It's like you're so hype and have so much energy for it. And then you will wake up and you're like, okay, I got to record this melody into your phone or something. And then right when you're recording, 20 seconds later, you notice that your phone was on 20% and you have an iPhone, and it's giving you the pop-up of the 20% message. But it was like 2 seconds after you started hitting record, and it like stopped your recording because of it. It happened so many times to me. It's genuinely making me want to switch to Android. Anyways, but this is the melody I had. And usually the melodies that you have in your dreams, they sound better on paper because, you know, it's more high inside of your dream. But this was the melody that I had. And then in my dream, it had like a bass pattern as well. It had like a progression, and then it kind of turned into this. So that actually end up sounding quite different to the actual dream melody. But you know, I couldn't remember it exactly. I don't think anyone can blame me for that. Hello, Sora and Sharks. Here's the melody. 3 parts. All face down. And then I wanted to write a bro step drop, but I also had this drop, which I may consider somewhere later in the song. Which is a very fun just bass line. It's like really pulling you up and down. And then sometime later in the break, we're going to introduce this section. Thank you, Tassium. Appreciate it. And Nicholas, appreciate it. So yeah, this is quite upbeat like the other song, which was a sort of melodic dubstep as well. It's really something I want to go for. I feel like it's exploring all kinds of different avenues, and it's still staying true to that sort of dubstep kind of, you know, when it comes down to it, kind of section. Yeah, this sound as well right here sounds pretty cool. I forgot how I made it. I'm pretty sure it's fairly simple as well. It's, yeah, again, the saw wave method, because it has just, you know, you could take a sine wave and distort it with bias distortion and probably get something similar out of it. But this, I think, actually has 2 layers. I don't know how those two... those two cause a lower... What? Wait, let me check. Interesting. Somehow they cause a lower harmonic. I don't remember why that happened, but I'll take it. Yeah, that's the song. And now I want to work on the build up here, the transition builder, because it's not done yet. It's one of the most raw things yet. Yeah, it's like a combination to us. Maybe even like some kind of like hallucinating the lower harmonic in there. So this is and this section is interesting because it's using a very interesting wavetable that I've created a few days ago, which is called diffuse. So as some of you may know, people know that if they have a very sort of gritty, sort of transient heavy wavetable, you can kind of grab a, if I show this, here we go. If you have a transient heavy wavetable, so if I load up, for example, something like let's do complex 13. You can always go in and like squarify it, not symmetrify. Squarify to kind of make it a lot smoother, right? That's one of the options. Another option is to use unison, so you can set the detune to 0 and just use the smooth mode. The problem with smooth mode here with the unison is that you have no control over the offsets of the different voices. If you wanted to be like, you know, if you wanted full control of it, you could duplicate the wavetable 5 times and change the phase slightly on each of these. And that's horribly CPU inefficient. And then you'd have options like a convolver, right? So you could load up, for example, I have like a white noise, mono white noise sample here. And that works. That's kind of like diffusion. That sort of works. If you had a reverb and faceband that could go very, very short in timings, then that could work as well. Ensemble can sometimes sound cool, but it's not consistent. You can't really re-trigger it in any sense. So there's not many ways, but there is one way you can do it. Also, hello Dubstep UNK, how you doing? One of the ways you can do it is with filter table. So filter table is really cool because it does multiple things, right? It creates filter shapes out of wavetables. But it has, besides those, it has original and raw mode, which also impose the phase of a wavetable. So, for example, if I were to go into, I think it's the saw ones. I'm going to go to the dispersed saw. If I were to go through here and just use the minimum phase mode, nothing would happen, right? But if I go to raw mode, now we're hearing the all of that sort of all-pass filtering stuff happening. And you can go to original mode as well, which is interesting. And I mean, Kilohertz has an entire texture section that kind of makes use of all of the phase stuff. And they even have a section for like diffusing. So Amlock, not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. If you're watching the stream, I'm sorry. But he's they're a very, very talented sound designer. And they have a diffuser in here, which sounds a bit like reverb. Yes, we're cooking, and we're actually making some bro step today. In a little bit, right? I'm just showing off some stuff. And then you have raw mode. And when I'm scrolling through the wavetable now, it's quite nice and diffused. My issue with all of these kinds of wavetables was that they were changing the magnitudes. So if we go to the wavetable here, we can see that reverb is really not supposed to touch magnitudes. It's supposed to leave them. It's just supposed to change the timing of frequencies. So you can see if we go through here, it's changing the magnitudes. And this is pretty funny, but I had to. I think there's a way to do it in Serum with their wavetable editor. But I had to create a little web based generator with Claude that generated me a wavetable, which is called diffuse. And I actually had to clean it up a little bit. But what this does is it creates a saw wave. It creates 256 frames of a saw wave, but it completely randomizes the phases. So all of these phases are completely randomized for every single frame. And it was quite difficult to just do this in the Faceplan editor or the Serum editor or the Vital wavetable editor. Serum has a randomize option for the phases, but you can only do it for one wavetable. I didn't find a way to do it for all of them. But this is effectively a wavetable that gives you 256 different reverb profiles. You can think of it like that. Truly enjoying watching you do. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well, thank you. Yes, I'm doing much better now that I'm out of the caravan, and I'm able to flee the winter conditions in Germany right now. But so as you can hear, if I play this, we're getting quite a diffused sound. And it's a nice alternative to, like squarifying. And what we can do is turn up the cutoff, which effectively what it does two things. It shortens the reverb time or the diffusion time, and it doesn't diffuse the bottom end of the frequency spectrum too much. Yes, I did, Potassium. You can watch the beginning of the stream. I kind of went into it there. Yeah, living in a caravan, it's tough. It's not for not. What it really came down to, right, is the question: would you rather save money but spend a lot of your time every day surviving effectively because you have to, do all of the things like get fresh water, get rid of your wastewater, fill out the tank that you do your toilet things, and you know what I mean, right? Because the caravan is very independent; it's not connected to anything. So you have to do these things effectively every day. And then in winter times at like 4 a.m. in the morning when you're sleeping, your gas tank is going to go empty, and you're going to have to go outside at minus 10 degrees Celsius. And you're going to have to somehow open up the panel that's housing your gas tanks, and it's all frozen shut because of the water that dripped down from the caravan because you were heating, and then it was like, it was like frozen. So the question is really just, would you trade cost of living, like a lower cost of living, with more energy spent surviving and having a harder life really day to day? Or would you rather have to work more but live a very convenient life, and it just so happens that you have a job that you like, right? So I would pick the second option because I'd rather just pay more money for existing, not having to put the energy into something that I don't like, that I don't enjoy, which is, all of these sort of survival things that you have to do at a campsite. And I'd rather spend that time doing something that I like, which is working in this case. Obviously, there's things about work that I don't like doing either, but they're at least not about taking your shit into a waste or like a drain place at a campsite at like 3 a.m. in the morning because your toilet decided to get to fill up to the max at that time. I'd rather just work more and have a more convenient life that I have that I can more wisely spend my energy effectively. And that's something I've really realized. And I think if you live in a country that has, decent weather throughout the entire year, it's probably easier. But Germany is not that. Germany is not an easy country when it comes to the weather. Yeah, struggling through life is not the move. It's like if you can save, a few $100, it does become a very tough question. It's like, would you rather spend a lot of your time doing things that you dislike, but you have to do them because you're a few issues away just from being homeless effectively, right? When you live in a caravan or in a van, van life type things. Yes, you can save money, but the cost really is you spending a lot of time doing things that just aren't fun. They're just kind of miserable. And I'd rather spend that time working in a field that I like working in, and spending that money on a convenience, right? It's something that you have to have gone through to understand, really. And yeah, hot as summer, cold as winter. Exactly. When you have those two extremes, it's like you spend most of the time in the year just in the caravan, and in my case, at least in the summertime, because we have, like at a campsite in Germany, at least, we have so many horseflies, and they have a vendetta against me. They always like come at me and try to bite me. So I could just get stressed out when I'm outside during summer, and they actually stay for a long time, even into fall. They still exist, and they're still flying around, scouting me out whenever I go outside. So I spend way too much time inside the caravan, which is also just a very enclosed space. Of course, I was able to lock in and do a bunch of work and stuff like that, but I wouldn't say it was very enjoyable, probably, compared to just a regular apartment. They gotta be messing with the weather. Yeah. Are you renting your own place studio? Well, right now, yes. We have just one bedroom, effectively, at a apartment that's being rented by someone else. But obviously, our intention is to move out ASAP. But the idea was that we just need one bedroom rented to be an official place where, you know, we can receive mail and stuff, and then we can just live at campsites. That was the idea, and it did work at the beginning, and then, over time, you started noticing with this being the third winter and the hardest winter, it's like, that lifestyle is not what it's, unless you constantly move countries. Like if I move to Spain during the winter time, and then I move to, I don't know, like Sweden during the summer or something like that, like up and down, right? Depending on the seasons, yes, maybe. But ultimately, if you're driving this many kilometers, the chance of things going wrong are way higher. And then you're in a country with a completely different infrastructure, and with a different system in terms of insurance and everything. That if anything breaks down, being in your home country is a lot easier. And unfortunately, my home country has very, very strong weather conditions when it comes to winter and summer. So yeah, exactly. And I don't even drive. I don't even have a driver's license. So my girlfriend has the driver's license, and I made sure to get the caravan stuff. Yeah, billionaire life. You wish, man. You wish. It's not. I think maybe flying to different countries you could consider a billionaire, or probably buying your own country that has good weather conditions. I'd consider millionaire. I'm just trying to avoid the housing, the renting market, and I don't think there's a way, sadly. Anyways, that was sort of the gist. So what you can do is you can just, for example, if you want a shorter reverb, you move up the cutoff here. Don't move it up too much because you're going to start to get phasing, because the resolution of the FFT means the further up you move the cutoff, the less detail in terms of phase manipulation you have in the lower end. And since this is scaling the wavetable up, you're going to have less detail. But if you move the cutoff up, and you get a shorter sort of diffusion time, and then if you just change the wavetable position, you get a different option. So what you can do is just pick one that you like, and it kind of becomes this like reverb. And you can also use it in original mode, where you can see it's also a lot more stable in terms of the phase. And if I disable this, there's two changes, right? One of the changes is obviously volume, so I've just compensated for that, and I can't compensate for it in the wavetable without distorting the wavetable, and you don't want to do that. But you can hear we're getting all of the odd and even harmonics of the wavetable without the massive transients, because we're diffusing the sound. So that's an option you can do in FacePlant. Yes, I think Robbie, it was you, or it was someone else. I don't quite remember. Someone mentioned that generating that wavetable with Claude costs a lot of water. I agree. It would have been cool to just do it within, you know, like the within the wavetable editors of like Faceplan or Vidal. But I wanted this to be, because ultimately this wavetable is very specific, and it seemingly can't really be done in the regular wavetable editors, but it's completely clean. So really, like if I make this publicly available once specific things regarding Faceplan and stuff drop, everyone can use it and no one has to generate it again, which is nice. It'd be cool to have, say, for example, in the effects section, if I'm going to ask the Clurts guys if they can do it, a face randomizer. That'd be really nice. Then I wouldn't have to create an entire web program to generate it, because there's no other option. But yeah, obviously that kind of sucks that I had to rely on that. But if I put it up for free, then hopefully everyone can benefit from it, and the cost kind of distributes upon a greater use of it. So this is one option, of course, which is using filter table for short time diffusion. And another option that I am working on, which was what initially sparked this idea, is NBlur. So this is right here. This is the current sort of placeholder UI. Well, it's not placeholder, it's work in progress UI. But what this is a all-pass delay network. So what that does, I think, wait 1 second. Let me check something. What was it? Oh, it was Steph Smith Business. You were the one that mentioned the water usage, right, with Claude, which is a concern I'm very much aware about. So I really try to with the prompt, I try to be very specific. It's just hard to explain what exactly you want, because this is something you can't really do with any of the wavetable editors. I might actually be able to upload the web program file then for anyone else to generate their own, if that's that at least alleviates the worries of water costs. I think it was Steph Smith. But yeah. Anyways, what sparked the entire idea was this. So this is NBlur. And effectively what it is, don't trip about it, man. Yeah, you made a really cool thing for it. I appreciate it. Just a second. Oh yeah, okay. So what NBlur is effectively, think of it like a very, very brute force reverb. It's an all-pass delay network, which you can actually kind of approximate in Snapheap. If you open up Snapheap, made a little preset here called where is it? Not Reverb Pro. Makeshift Reverb. Yeah, sort of. So you can stretch all of these resonators, and then you can diffuse it. But the problem, I think, is with resonators that it's still too systematic, and it sounds too digital, or too systematic, really. So NBlur uses random timings, but the timings are set, so they're fixed. And this is a difference between other reverbs, where other reverbs are usually they try to be always diffused and kind of have some internal modulations going on. And Blur doesn't do that. So what Blur does is it's a delay network of 16 all-pass delays, and so it's a lot. Usually reverbs use far less. And what's really important about it is that it doesn't change the magnitudes or the volume of your frequencies. So this is kind of a bad example right here. But if I took, for example, let's do, and we can probably load up the one bass thing that we had here. Was it the flute bass? Sure. And I think this is using, diffusion. Yeah, so this is using just a wavetable. There's no noise involved here. Just a wavetable. Could even pick that section. And if I were to use blur now, and then do the stretching, and the thing is that oftentimes, and this is something I've realized with this effect, is where's the fine tune? Right here. I'm going to move this. There's going to be two controls. There's going to be the main dial, and then there's going to be the fine tune dial, because this kind of effect needs a fine tune. So what this does is it's just a more gray and granular control. Because oftentimes all you have to do is with blur is just find the right position. If you have the right positions, it doesn't sound metallic, it just sounds like blurring. And what's really interesting is that you can hear that you can have these micro diffusions where it's so short, the diffusion is so short, that most reverbs can't do this. This is such a short reverb. And it's doing both, right? It's doing the decay of a reverb, and it's doing the fading in of a reverb. So it's giving you all of that smearing. Like there, for example, if I disable it, we're getting a really, really cool sort of result without relying on noise, for example. And I think we can probably go in here and let's try the sync method, which is 100% overlap, and just... Turn it up a little bit. Can load up any wavetable. And I can just apply different amounts of blurring. And the other cool part is that because it's obviously some kind of reverb, it causes a delay in the sound. So you have a latency control here to latency compensate for the loss in sort of timing. You can use it very sparingly, right? We can just use just a bit to turn it from that just to be like a little bit more diffused, kind of create noise and create sort of a softening of the entire spectrum without changing the magnitudes, without changing the tone. And it's inspired by Serum's Bode effect. So if you open the Serum Bode effect, you have the blur option here. Which does very, very similar things. And then you have this one everyone knows about. Also, hello Dadabroth. I was like, you're using Bitwig now instead of Live, or have you been? Yeah, I've switched to Bitwig a few months ago because I just couldn't deal with Live's slowdowns anymore. It kind of hindered me from actually finishing songs. If you take a look at reverb here, the reverb filter, you can see that it has an issue with the low end. Like there. And it seems to boost the low end, which is a bit of a problem. It's not, and so effectively reverb, the reverb filter is not flat in terms of magnitudes, which is a bit of a problem. So Blur tries to be that. It tries to be completely flat in terms of magnitudes, and you can go really extreme. Now, if you really stretch it, then of course you're going to start hearing metallic tones, because it's all based on delays. But the trick is really to just find the right timing for the right type of material. Well, it sounds very natural, and you don't have to rely on other tricks anymore to get diffused sounds effectively. So if I load up, for example, a different sound, let's do, what was the color one again? Congrats, it's not perfect, but it's an amazing DAW. I agree, yes. There are a few things that are slightly annoying to me, but it is close enough to Ableton and doesn't come with all the issues. Another great example. Where we're just slightly diffusing the sound, we're just adding some smoothing to all of those transients. And the great part is that this isn't using any FFT effects, right? You usually get these effects from like an FFT effect. You'd hear this as a side effect. Here it's just using a real-time all-pass delay network, which is really, really cool. They will, so NBlur will release after 0.9.3 is out, because again, this is also one of those plugins that can scale quite high in terms of quality. They can even go up to 200%. You can see how the resolution of this is kind of nuts. It's actually getting the it's making Pluck Data actually struggle a little bit in terms of rendering this all out. But it's going to be, I think it's going to be a free patch, because I don't want to charge for a all-pass delay network. And then it's also going to be available as VST free and clap once the plugin exporter for Pluck Data is ready. Because those things will be fairly easy to do on my end, and it'll just be like rendering it out once and then everyone can use them. So I want everyone to be able to use this like very sort of brute force reverb for sound design, because the greatest part about it is that it's consistent. It's predictable, right? I think most reverbs, I mean, there's, for example, sometimes I try to use Valhalla Room. I go for early reflections. You can hear a lot more comp filtering happening there. And there's a lot more stuff happening there, which just like doesn't quite work for this use case. It doesn't just sound like diffusion. It's also stereo in this case. If I were to make the sound mono, actually, for it, if I were to take down the width, it would still stereoize it. And that's just because it's not meant to be used to be used this way, right? So you can see it's actually panning our signal to the left a little bit. And that's fine. Like if this means that Valhalla Room is great as a reverb, then it's great for that. But I wanted NBlur to really just be good at blurring. Just adding that smoothing, that diffusion without all of the fuzz. And that's what it's all about. You can also, I also have it set up where you can use the high and low filter here. And you can kind of do that, and then you'd have a dry and a wet signal, and then you could further delay it. So you can use it as a slapback kind of delay reverb thingy. But realistically, right, you just want to use this as the main effect. Just use a little bit of it. That sounds so good. Like, it kind of gives the sound a more complex kind of feeling. Without really needing to. And then I would just use Valhalla Room for those kinds of things. I'd turn up the depth, turn up the decay a little bit. And then so you could use Valhalla Room for those cases, but Blur is effectively supposed to be used for really smoothing out sounds without, requiring all of the other usual options. Still in the works, of course. I want it to be actually a bit smaller, a little bit more focused and UI-wise, but that's sort of the gist of it. Will Ableton be able to solve the 200 track performance issue, or is it a fundamental issue with the DAW? I think it's a fundamental issue, because otherwise they would have fixed it already. I'm sure there's other like power users that like have voiced their concerns, right? It's unlikely that it's ever going to be addressed. I don't expect them to, and if they do, it might be a good reason to actually consider moving back. But if it takes people to move to a different DAW for them to do anything about it, it kind of shows the communication there. I don't know how EDM producers work in Ableton moves to Bitwig. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Bitwig 6, I think I only considered moving to Bitwig because of Bitwig 6, because it was starting to look like a proper environment for this kind of stuff, for making this kind of music. And so far, it's been nothing but a blessing. The only thing that I really have a problem with is the stretching of samples. So, for example, if I wanted to simply go and drag in, for example, a pad, right? Drag in a pad E minor. The fact that I cannot just pitch it up a semitone by stretching it is insane to me. Like, this is just stuck in E minor. And if I go, I could do like pitch shifting, like stretching. I could do that. But what if I just wanted to, like naively stretch the speed of the sample? Well, you can go to raw mode, I think, and then, or even, I think even the repitch mode works as well. You can change the tempo. If you change the tempo, also, hello, Keel. If I change the tempo, then yeah, the pitch changes, but it's not telling me in semitones how much the pitch is changing. Which is, it's just a bit nuts to me. And there's workarounds, but there shouldn't be workarounds. This should just be a feature, right? It's sort of my opinion in that case. It's like, just give us access to the pitch control here. Or even in raw mode, just let us like change the speed, even though the raw mode won't let us do that. It has to be the repitch mode because we can change tempo in here. So yeah, kind of a major oversight. Yes, Z-Plane's Elastic is a sweet addition. I agree, and I want to see it in the sampler. I think if it was in the sampler, I could do so much good stuff because you could drag in a one shot sample. Then I can show this to you actually with Contact. So Contact, which is actually pretty cool. If you go ahead and open up a, I think we can just drag in a sample. If I drag in a sample like a one shot, let's do synth one shot, like that one. Now we have a sampler, right? So if we do, yep. And if we go into, I think I may actually have some kind of MIDI somewhere that's interesting. I think maybe somewhere over here. That's drums. Let's consolidate the drums. Melodics. Do I have anything somewhere? What's this? No, that's not it. I'll just keep it like this. So effectively, the problem with this kind of sampler, as you can hear, if I change the register, we change the speed of the sample and we change the format of the sample. Well, the format doesn't actually change. It just pitches up or down depending on the speed of the sample. But you can actually go in here and go to the settings section and you can change it. You can change it in, what was it? Instrument options. Nope, that's not it. Close. Somewhere DFD. Right. So you change it from the source DFD. You change it to I think it was Time Machine Pro. I think. Yeah, you can hear it. So now if I change, it's trying to retain the speed of the sample, and I believe we can change this to high quality mode. And now we get access to a format shift. And we can change the envelope order. And then maybe you can change the speed down. But I don't know if you can hear it. There is clicking. Exactly, Hitasium. Yes, there's clicking. It's a problem, isn't it? And that's not the sample. That's this particular algorithm not being implemented well, or there's some kind of bug, effectively. Goodbye, Mission Navor. But you can hear, if I play that compared to just the sampler, that's just so predictable. Switching back. And what would be great is if we were able to change the format, for example, based on like a random parameter, for example. And I think there may have been a way, I don't remember. But you can get some really... some really cool sounds. And even if you use it like a brass, drag in a brass instead, then I don't know if I can even drag this in anymore. I guess I gotta like delete this, drag in the brass. And we go to edit mode and change it to Time Machine Pro. Now it's trying to format preserve, I believe. Sounds a little goofy towards the top end. So it's not a perfect algorithm either. But at least it's preserving it's preserving. And then if you had access to like changing those parameters based on like MIDI random or something like that, it's pretty cool. Like this kind of allows you to create a multi-sample out of a one shot. But it's the implementation is a bit broken. It's a bit broken, unfortunately. So I'm looking to potentially just make my own with Pluck Data if I ever get the time to. Yes, exactly. Like a mixture of those two. Can't you map it to a macro? Potentially, but I think that macro will then probably count for all voices. I think I had a great example of what I was of what I'm kind of getting at is because you can actually do this with with FaceMount. Again, with filter table. So if I think this is an example. Oh no, that's just a bass. That's just going to be a bass sound. I can already see it. I think it's one of these, Glockenspiel. And then I think here you have a random option. So this is the formant. You can hear the formant change. So if I do... And then I think we have a random here, which I'm not sure what that is even controlling. That's the delay up here. But we could, for example, go in and do a random, just 0 hertz, and then just apply that to the cutoff, and then it changes the formant for the same note. So now we're getting like a... playing the same chord over and over. It sounds very natural. Also, Robbie, why are you messages getting retracted? What's going on there? Who's retracting your messages? Or did you do that yourself? I need a new song. I'm shaking like a mad. Can't wait any longer. There's new songs coming in a minute. We're actually going to start continuing work on this song. Which I'm going to play one more time then so you can hear what I'm cooking. So if I just add like a delay and then I just do that and then pan and then bounce a little bit of ducking. Doesn't that sound real? Pretty cool, right? And that's with a synth one shot, which I rendered. With I think I just dragged this in, so you can just go here and location and do one shots. Open this up and then do this one, and then let's do naive. Let's do cry. And it's original. We can try raw. And it depends on how fast we need to. So we're getting different formats. Let's try a different one. See how that one works. That has a note in it, so we're going to have to see if that works. So it's a C5. So correct. I think this one works as well. I think it needs to be pitched way higher. But I had a preset where I did it with a guitar. I think like a nylon string. Might be this. Nope. Nope. No, that's not it. That sounded horrible. No, that's not it. What was it? Nylon guitar? Permanent preserving nylon. So I think this is the preserve. So that would just be a regular sampler. We'll go higher. Without it. Well, that's too high. I had a pretty cool, what was that? Pretty cool MIDI clip where I tried this out, but you can do similar stuff here, like you can really drag this out. You can see it's based on the saw wave. So the saw wave goes into the filter table, and that's how the synthesis happens. If I change this to a square wave, it's not going to quite sound like. The basic premise is you take a saw wave, you grab a filter table. Let's do this brass, for example. And I'll just drag this in, and it'll say a D2. So let's have a D2. Put it to correlate. And then we'll just grab an envelope and scan through the wavetable. And then I think you need to key track this. And then, of course, you kind of need to play, the saw wave needs to play the right. And then this needs to be on raw mode. Or the original mode is actually the correct mode. But I actually like the raw mode. So now you know? How we can change the It's pretty fun. Filter table's pretty powerful. You can do lots of cool stuff with it. Which compressor do you most often throw at the master? That's a difficult question. This has the Ozone 11 dynamics on it. Just doing a little bit of sort of overall multiband compression, just so things react a little bit to each other. Though the low band doesn't have any compression on it because the sub's already kind of controlled in that case. That's it, and then it's just a clipper after. But this entire mix could be louder. It's still not up there. What happens if you choose a sine wave instead of a saw wave? Well, you're only going to get like the fundamental effectively, right? If I did that, you would only get the fundamental. If I grabbed a face plant and I loaded up a preset, which was the nylon, was it? Form and preserve in nylon, right? I picked that and I filtered the analog here. So if I go bam, and I filtered it's like filtering the final sound. really cool because ultimately think of it like a wavetable that you're just playing, but you're unlocking the harmonics from the actual formant. So you can do some wild shit, like you can do a sine wave or a square wave. I actually have like a formant, what was it, filter table, square wave kind of bass somewhere. Not that one. So that's just really, most of this is coming from the filter table, because otherwise it would just be a saw wave. So this is just, you know, as if you played the wavetable, which I think I actually have the example here. This is the same wavetable, but then here you'd have to do all of this stuff to formant shift it. And then you're getting all kinds of artifacts. So with this, you kind of unlock it. And you can set it to original mode. Or you can also try linear. Where you can hear like a linear minimum. You're not getting the full detail. And the best part about this is that you can now switch to squarified or squares for the original oscillator. And what that does is it's effectively squarifying it, but you can still change the format. Especially with minimum phase. Oh, we had some PWM in there. So Robert. So saw wave. Square wave. And that's kind of massive because it means, like, if you wanted to do it the other way, right? We would go into the wavetable and then we would set this to be 0. So no formant shifting for now. And then we would go in here and we would do squarify. But then you can hear, in order to do formant shifting, the formant shifting happens after. So if you do squarify first, we're breaking the squarify. So the other option is to go for a comp filter and have it on minus polarity, and then key tracking it, setting the hertz to 880. And then now you're getting the comp filter again. The problem with this is that it's delay based. It's not. It's always going to be behind by a little bit, and it's going to cause a decay of some sort. Why are people getting their messages redacted? What's going on there? So the filter table allows you to fundamentally flip that sort of idea. And allows you to play around with these really cool notes. Now that sounds nasty. Like, that's just nuts. And then you can be fun and just add your own harmonics in here, like it's do. The filter table can do the things where you would need a bunch of Mulder plugins and stuff effectively. It's pretty wild. It's just wild stuff. But yeah, it really saved me from having to move to Serum. with the spectral oscillator and stuff, because filter table is just so versatile. It's just, the only thing is sometimes with the latency compensation for the raw mode, not the linear phase modes that use latency, sometimes it feels like things could be handled a little bit better in terms of modulations and stuff, because they get affected by the latency. But generally speaking, like especially for growls, it's just ridiculously good. It's so good. But with that being said, there was lots of talks about that sort of stuff. I would say we now get into the track. Though there were some people in the Discord that were asking about how to use curve comp and spec comp. I would say that we start just working, actually doing some music now, and then later on, maybe to conclude the live stream, I'll go over those things so I can just refer people to the timestamp effectively. You're shooting sound lasers at the comments and making them disappear. Yeah, I'm a bit confused why some people have the messages redacted. It's a bit interesting. But yeah. With that being said, let's play it one more time, get inspired, and see what we can do. One thing I want to adjust is in this bass. I think the chroma is a bit much, so I'm gonna bring up the morph, and probably less on the low end than on the high end. This is pentatonic too. I don't want pentatonic. What was that on pentatonic? Okay. Oh yeah, one more thing here. I think we have the vocal here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a cool little effect. So I'm going to grab a glitch, or maybe even a bass session, because that might work even better. I'm going to mute it. I'm going to grab a snap peep. And we're going to make something cool here. We're going to use a ring mod and have it be on external. So we're going to have to make sure that we get the audio from the other channel. It'd be nice to be able to drag. I don't know if this is crazy, if this is like a crazy idea or not, but like being able to drag a channel from the DAW into, like, for example, I would drag N-Bass Session 3 channel. I would drag that into the sidechain selection input in here. That would be so good. That would be so much easier to just select that. But I don't know if that's possible. And you know, I'll write that down. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a pretty neat idea. Let me write that down. Drag channels into sidechain input panels. I think that's a cool idea. All right, so we're gonna go do sidechain right here, and then I think we're melodics, and then audio 30. There we go. Pluck Data, effects out. Wait. No, that's not the right one. Sidechain, melodics. Oh, wait, audio 30 is correct, but that's not... Wait, no, N-bass session free. Okay. Pre. Yeah, that's it. And then we're going to take the rectifier up. And then I think we're going to have it 50%. And then we can just scroll through. And I think what we want to do is we're going to change this to be, instead of pre, I have to just define this thing again. I'm going to have it be post. Okay. Damn it. Let's add a tool. Put it in there. Do that and do this again. Sidechain, melodics, and bass session, tool, pre. So now we can... What? I did it pre. What are you doing? Oh wait, we play it like this. No, what? Effects layer up. We can just move this. There we go. Now let's add a EQ. And I'm going to add a... Nope, that's not it. Oh, come on. There we go. Why are you not playing? What? Oh my god. All right. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Well, okay. EQ plus up. Thank you. So that's correct. Now what we need is a KHS clipper. And it's of course not taking it. Oh my god, I'm gonna... Okay, 1 second. This isn't very easy to navigate. Where is it? Oh, melodics. See, I even have the mental energy to find it anymore. Tool out. There we go. Now. And then we're going to grab a dynamics and just make it. I'm going to have a mix. So I'm going to mix that in. And then we're going to go in here. What are you doing? What is that? What is... And then we just... Let's make sure this is a 4-cut. And then, yeah, just try a different sample. See if we can find something cool. That's cool. Can we reverse this? Is that a thing? Yes. Oh, it's taking a bit. No, it's just disappeared. What? Oh, yeah, okay, so it's like, okay. Oh, interesting. That's so weird how I can drag that there. Where's the bit that I want it? Yeah, I like that, just that it kind of carves into it. I'm sure we can probably boost it, like... So we can either go with that, or we can try something else again. I'm just gonna rely on I think we can use this. We just need to like make it slower. I'm gonna click on here. I'm gonna go repitch, and we're just gonna slow this down quite a bit. Even more? Okay. I'm gonna do like a softer... Yeah, see, now we're getting a really kind of complex vocal. But maybe there. That's pretty cool. Let's try more. That's too much. You can kind of see it from the waveform. We need to actually go way slower still. Is it still reversed? I wonder. Come on, we'll find something cool. That's cool. Right there. Oh yeah, see? That's kind of what I was looking for. Just something that's consistent. You should be muted. And then we just need to make sure that when we have that, it's consistent enough. One more thing I wanted to look into was the first... I already moved it, okay. Yeah, I was wondering if we could delay it any further. So just... Oh, we should probably like grab a much simpler delay. Is it delay 1? I suppose. Although the minimum is... Okay. Okay, what? Sure, let's do this. There we go, and then we'll put it on time. I think we can probably get away with like with a little bit more time. So if I move this just a bit, I'll move it here. A little bit less. A little less. That might have been where it was before. I might just be tweaking. Another option is to bring it a bit closer. A little bit closer, like just there. And then, I mean, this is the body. So if we go in here and make this just a bit longer, what is controlling the... Okay, let's see. Oh, that's lots of moving parts. We can turn that up. We can turn up the time. We have this layer. Okay, this is empty. Why does that exist? Yeah, that's good. Oh, then. Okay, I see. So let's duplicate this. Delete this guy, delete that guy. Bam, bam. Nope, keep that one. So it needs to be shorter. We could totally like, okay, this is kind of wasteful. 1 second. This is very, very, very wasteful in terms of resources, even though I don't really have to care. I should totally not duplicate this and just automate it since only this layer changes. I'm going to have a macro just to make this a little bit tighter, make this a little bit tighter, make this a little bit tighter. And I'm just going to turn that macro up whenever I need to. So I'm just going to... Is that a symbol? It is. Wait, I know you can change this to be a hold. Yeah, there we go. Hold, please, and hold. Okay. There we go, and then the rest is just the same anyways. Yeah, oh, I could just do velocity, you're right. Oh, one more thing that you guys might like is the fact that the drums are all just PP. So this is the kick drum. This is the main dubstep kick right here. Nice and juicy. It's all just PP. And it's just a sine wave, a strong envelope, pink noise, and a hi-hat. And the magic here is the coffee cue that is based on pink noise. So it's creating a curve to fill up the spectrum. And so if I wanted the kick drum to be even more dramatic, I could have it at 100%, but I have it at 50%. And then there's just a few tricks like the transient shaper. If I disable that, you get a much more rounded kick drum. A lot more thump in the mid-frequency spectrum too, like in the lower mid. But if I enable this, we're getting a nice envelope to the kick drum, which gives it some breathing room for the transient to actually, just amplitude-wise for the speakers, to have a little bit of time to breathe before the sine wave comes in and takes up all of the energy for the speakers. Yeah, sometimes I'll use samples, sometimes I'll just design them myself, and I'll design them myself when I really want a specific type of mix down. That's when I design them myself. Is it on my end, or do you have some sort of width effect at 200% on your master channel? There shouldn't be. It should be regular stereo. And then we have the snare drum. That is the snare drum. And it should be somewhere over here as well. Yep, there it is. So you can see actually the same envelope happening there. So again, it's this first oscillator is the sine wave. Then we have a envelope generator with DC offsets. And the trick here is to set the level to 200% on a zero harmonic square wave. Set the PWM to roughly 26%. And then have one more mix at 200% level, so that the this envelope, which is causing the initial pitch envelope from 20 or 24 kilohertz, reaches 24 kilohertz. So this is what you need in order to reach the maximum frequency range of what's available at 48 kilohertz in this case. And then this one is controlling the thumb. So you have a base frequency of 135. We have the snap, big snap, which you might be able to see and hear if there's no soloing, I think. Yeah. So it may have to mute like these layers here. So you can see there's a lot of high frequency content in the beginning. And that's this first envelope. And you can see that envelope reaches all the way to max frequency. If I lower this gain here, for example, you can see how the max frequency gets lowered. So this is the sort of the exact setup that you can just copy to get an envelope that reaches them 24 kilohertz. And then this curve adds the thump. And that is a curve editor envelope, effectively. And I could change this up and down. get different vibes. I can change the phase of that. And then we have a tail. Sounds like this. Zoom out. So it's just an envelope here. Looks like this. And then a high pass. Well, two high pass filters. Technically speaking, I could do this, but I wanted it to be split up so I can only raise the resonance of one of the high pass filters. And then we have another pink noise. And this one's really interesting because I think, and same with the kick drum, it is just a decaying envelope. So it starts at 100%, decays over 4 milliseconds. And it's just one part of this pink noise sample and then a high pass. And if you put that together with the main oscillator, the body, and you disable it, you get a bit more grit in the transient. And then there you go. So if I took this out, it'd be a bit too digital sounding. And then that just adds a bit more character and texture. So if I played this, the great part about synthesizing your snare drum with phaseband is that it's all sample accurate. So it's going to be exactly the same every time. And if I take down the shift, for example, like to 125, we take it down to 110. You get, you know, a consistent snare drum. You don't have to pitch the entire snare. You just pitch the part that you want to pitch. And then here again, you can see there's only a clipper, which just makes sure that we clip it. I think without it, would have just a slight difference in terms of, it's just kind of rounding it out. And then we have the transient shaper, which gives it that, again, that kind of, that pump. There's a bit of change coming from the master dynamics. We disable that guy. We go back to the snare drum and disable both of these. You'll see it'll be completely clean. Then the clipper, make sure it's clipped to 0 with a little bit of knee. Should probably be 0.3. And then the transient shaper gives it a pump there. And it's a clean, easy to use snare drum. And the great part about not, including any compression or anything like that is that I can, if I wanted to, I could go in here and add a sampler and go to, say, bundle volume 2, and I can go to the snare layers, and I can add a tonal layer if I wanted to. And it doesn't really, get affected in any major way. So that's pretty cool. Just a very clean engineering, effectively, of the sample. And then this is the other snare drum that I use in the fake outs. This is a little bit more special because we have our main body, which is very high pitch. But then as well, I added another high partial there. It's giving it that nice sort of 808 style snare, trap snare, harmonic. That's something I think initially the people made this with either a second oscillator or they did it with just a peaky cube. And apparently I have flangers in here, which it's for the I created a metallic ring layer, I think, with this. Yeah. So this is just a short piece of noise. Can't even hear it. Interesting. It's just a very short piece of noise. It's ran through two static flangers, creating kind of like interference. And then all together, we get a sort of ISO EXO type snare, which is really cool. It's a little bit more engineered, but it works. And then I think the trap kick is just a sample though. That kick trap part 1, and then with a stomp sample. Let me see if I can find a. Let's keep it at what it was before. We can go in and just turn up the rectifier a little bit. No. Or we could try the other side. Oh, that's way worse. Okay, let's not do that. So one more thing, I have this little, that sound. It fits, but I actually have a delay throw in here that I want to disable for it because it gets a bit too much. That's this guy. So I'm going to get rid of that. And then we get to the section that I wanted to work on. So I have this section right here. So we get a Reese. And we can disable. We can start that somewhere. But I like it with that sort of movement. I actually wonder if all of these could benefit from having that bounce. So if I group these and I take the kickstart, if we were just applying it all like to all of them, it might work. It kind of works, yeah. And you already made this complex master beat. Thank you so much. Oh, you said, bro, you just changed from one dot to another, and you already made this complex. Yeah, I appreciate it. I've been waiting to really like lock in, you know, and it seems like switching to Bitwig has helped with that a lot. We could also do something interesting here. We could do so it's like trigger, legato, glide, legato. There we go. A little bit longer. More. Then why is it not letting me? What the hell? I think these clips need to be like merged. That's so strange. Because I was looping it. That makes sense. And then so cool. But let's see if we can then get it down to like 3. Maybe 2. faster. There we go, and let's have another layer. It's like 5 of them, and then with more spread and probably random. And then have that be lower. No, we just want one. Yeah, that's good. So if we can add a pitch envelope to this, just to see if that adds a nice bit of movement to this entire thing. The clipper waveform. Oh, you mean right here? Like in the cages clipper? Yeah, I'm effectively just using it as a distortion because I could have just used distortion. But I think I also wanted to level it. So I wanted it to be 3 dBs quieter. And then what I do is I could have just taken down the gain here probably. They could have probably done it as well. But yeah, just like using the clipper as like a soft distortion. And then this is the part where I need to lock in and create a new drop section. I do want to use this at some point. So I've just detected 2 empty channels. So I'm going to get rid of these. There we go. But I'm going to have to lock in and figure out a pro step drop for that second section. Also, hello, Techem and Aragon, I think. Oh wait, that sounds different. I'm going to just pull these back a little bit because they were a bit too aggressive for me. And then I'm also wondering if I had these drums here as well, which obviously would have to be moved outside of the group. I think if we did a clap, let's see, claps, like a long clap. Go to this one. Wait, I think volume 1 had some interesting, what was it? Was it snares? Foley? No, that was not it. Perks. Rim shots. Yeah, this could work. And then we do... Then we have to make them huge by using Valhalla. And probably actually do a little bit of trickery here. We'll do... Let's see if we can use the internal sidechain things. We think. Well, that should work, yeah. So we do, was it audio driven? I think it would be the envelope follower. And we grab a tool. Oh wait, we would automate the tool. Damn, so we move this over here. Yeah, delete that guy. But then I need this to be based on... let me think of this. Oh wait, yeah, we do it just like this. Snap heap, and then we grab. What was it? There was a tool in Bitwig that converted a transient from a piece of audio to MIDI. I think it was like something. It wasn't audio receiver. It was like replacer, I think. Yeah, it was replacer. Yeah. That generated like a MIDI note. So now if we grab a gain and we do let's do an envelope, because an envelope is easier. And then we just do a sustain down with a little bit of hold time at minus, and then we do this. Actually, no, we just do plus. There we go. Yes, I just didn't want to deal with the audio section panel. I just want to create a bit of a fade. I think we're going to go with early reflections. Not late. And then let's pre-delay. And we're doing too much now. That's a bit better. What if we just disable it? See the difference here? Okay. There. But I don't know if I'm getting two triggers, or is it just one? Let's turn up the hold just to see. It's only triggering once, right? I think. It just like goes back down, and then. Okay, if it was to trigger twice, no, I would hear it do it twice. It's not doing that. Okay. The low end has to do with the fact that I use the wavetable oscillator in Faceplant. Oh, and I have a trick with multipass on the drop group that makes sure that the sub is always consistent. But let me go ahead and turn up the hole in the K here. I just want to carve oh, it's delayed. It's delayed anyways, and that's probably the nature of the fact that this is a... Yeah. Okay, in that case, what we need to do is we need to delay the trigger. So we need to do... Yeah, see? So if I just make this really close, just a K. Delay it until we hit that point. Yep, and then just a bit more decay. I have to like engineer this shit. All right, here we go. I wish... Okay, so if I make the late size shorter, I suppose that reverb will come in earlier if I make it shorter. Yeah. Oh, jeez, I just blew it up. See how interesting reverbs are? They're just like a chain of delays, so you just have to like know that, and then there we go. That's good. Now both of these have their space effectively, and now we can go crazy. I'm going to load up Snap Heap with distortion and dynamics, not too much, just a bit, And then I'm going to grab a slice EQ. I'm going to start shaping this perk. It sounds like someone's playing tennis or something. In the... You hearing it? It sounds like someone's playing ping pong, the table tennis. That's hilarious. Yeah, we need to lower the... I can't hear it. And then one dropped the ball and they start again. Oh, that's funny. All right, let's turn up the cutoffs a little bit. All right. Then we need to turn on the dynamics. That's funny. So we can move this entire thing. I cannot be too aggressive with the peak. And then we can try and frequency shift this. And then we just gotta find a good... to saturate. Make it louder. Right now it has no sidechain, has no space for itself. So the rhythms here are a bit too much. So I'm thinking we grab a curve comp and we try and see if we can just really focusing in go to 150 so I can actually see. Oh, wait, does it still have the bug? Oh, it still has the bug. Okay, so I'm on a nightly version of Pluck Data right now, and for some reason, when I go to 150%, it still slows down. There's still a bug, so I'm going to write that down because that needs to be fixed. So yeah, I'm just trying to grab the biggest peaks. And then obviously here we probably want to cut it and do a fade as well. Then I feel like I also want I want to grab this guy and put it here and then kind of fade it in. So kind of nicely fits. I probably want to actually like stretch this out to go up until here. So this rim shot effectively now turn into like a taiko drum. And I wonder if we want to reinforce this now with some like stomps. So if I do... I think we even have some perks in here that has a stomp. Was it? No, it's not strong enough. Of a stomp. Like that. When we actually transition here, so I need to be careful. And then this doesn't really... I think I need to EQ this a little bit. I am putting a reverb on this, putting a reverb on your kick drum. We're doing this now. But I think I'm going to go for shorter. That's too... I actually like that. If we were to use end blur on this, let's see if that would actually be a good situation for it. It does have a very different... Add some latency. Oh, yeah, it does sound like it doesn't want that kick drum. But it wants that one. Yeah, but actually, Valhalla Room in this case doesn't sound too bad. Oh, this is like a stereo mess though. Okay, yeah, this is a bit of a stereo mess. Let's do... wait, we need a channel mixer. Okay, just channel mixer. We're gonna go just using the mono from left. Turn up. And then have to release even more. So here's the difference before. These guys. Not sure if it's still too much happening. We still need to like... It probably only wants that one. No, I probably won't do that. I think it just wants a singular drum hit, like something simpler, just like if I can extract. If I can extract that and maybe have the other bit, so if I do undo that. I'm going to duplicate this channel and I'm going to have this section right here. I have this loop. I'm going to high pass this quite a bit. And have this be just like this. Also not sure about the vocal, if that should actually be part of... Glad to hear that, Miss Love. Oh, right, that was Canonix. Oh, both of you. Also, hello Volton. I'm gonna change this part. So, I like that. Let's see if we can get a frequency shifter to... Because I'm wondering where all my low frequencies are at right now. Kind of gone. Now, let's see if we can just do pattern, do this one, and then if we scroll, no, that doesn't work. How does that work again? I forgot. I guess I can just drag all of these, whatever. Nope, that is the volume fade. Thank you. Let's see if we have another one here. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Why is it doing that? What the hell? Oh, okay, so it does that. Okay, I'm just being stupid. It doesn't preview it. Yeah, I'll just go. Bye. Yes, I'll leave the VOD up. Yeah, that's nice. Let's make sure if... Can we set this to be... No, probably... I mean, wait. Maybe. Nope. That's it. Nope. Okay, nope. Set up ProQ. ProQ4. I'll set this to side mode. Effectively, the curve comp is creating a envelope. If I make this very short, the release here is creating a nice release sort of decay. I also wonder if we can make this one a little bit louder. So I'll do probably clipper here. Have to be careful with. Good, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And then I want a pre-shift. I think I have some Foley claps in here. Where are they? Maybe the first sample pack had some Foley. Yeah, we do. I like this one. And then we're just going to pitch this down by stretching it and fade it in and see if that works, if that does anything. That's a bit too fast still, so let's make it halftime even. And there's too much transient. It's too sustained. So I'm going to load up Curve Comp again. And I'm going to go ahead and bring this down. So here, for example, you can hear sort of very obvious distortion and clicking. And with the new version of Curve Comp, you won't hear any of that because it'll be smoothed out enough to prevent distortion. But if you switch it from safe mode to raw mode, you can get that again. So it's up to you. All right, I'll load up the original version for now, though. Oh, yeah, it's the lag there. So I wanted to... See the difference there? We can even like... Let me see the waveform here. Okay. We're creating all of that space in between those transients, which will have a strong acoustic effect. It's going to sound real nice when we put it back in. Much more natural. I will move this around a little bit though. Like I'll move it, I think, over there. So it happens a little bit there. So now we get... That's actually a bit too much, so I'm going to move this down a little bit. Okay, now we just have to find a nice position. I think it's a bit too low pitched, so I do need to stretch it a little bit to have a little bit more high frequency information. Then let's try a different sample actually. Too much. Stretch a little bit more. Well, come on. Let me do this. I need like a longer Foley. I thought this one would be good, but seems like there's too much going on. Move that over there. That does sound better if I do it like that. Let's stretch it a little bit more. That's too tight. Suppose we can also EQ it a little bit. Move it around a little bit. You want to actually like this version that we had. Just, I think probably just a little bit more fade in. And we're just going to do that. It might also affect the way might affect the way curve comp is reacting. Hello, Doggo. We do have a filter in there, and I think we should probably actually make use of it a little bit earlier. So we have that upwards motion. And this is the actual bass line that we have here, which goes... This is using the diffuse wavetable, so we got it. Bowo 69. Yes, I do feel quite comfortable in Bitwig now. Might actually be able to do a little trick. If we use curve comp before diffuse. And I assume if we used the new version, it would be safer because we're using. Wait, so this is fine though. This doesn't lag around. Or maybe it's changing it for all of the patches in the project. Oh, if that's the case, then I'm gonna write that down. Okay, here we go. Yeah, effectively what's happening is the process of tightening up the sound. Will cause problems. But the blurring of diffuse smooths it all out. So it diffuses all of the micro issues that arise from doing this, which is nice because now you can really tighten up. Not too much. I'll go back to the kickstart here and bring it in. Maybe I'll turn up the cues a little bit more. This just needs to go higher. Then let me go to the, where's the drums? This just needs to be cut. And then I think this needs to be changed as well. So we're going to go ahead and do a loop, but the loop should be shorter. So we're going to change the looping. Have a length of sick. That's sick. Okay. It would be nice if we could like, you know, what would be sick if we could Control J this and it's still a loop, technically speaking. But then we can go into Elastic. And what if we can then go into the transpose? Right, because right now the transpose we can only apply to, looks like, wait, what is this? Yeah, okay, yeah, so it's not going to apply across. That makes sense, I suppose. We would have to, okay, so in that case, let's do just a frequency shifter. It's probably going to be fine. Put that to be 0 hertz. That's obviously way too much. Put that to 100 maybe? Make 200. Okay. Oh no. And then, all right, yeah, okay, wait. Oh no, okay, wait. Cut. Okay, we have a lock-in automation. And then we do pattern. Let's do this pattern, I suppose. How that's not a problem? Might be actually. I'm gonna make this pattern. Oh, it's already unique. Let's see. Pattern. Merge duplicate patterns. Okay, there we go. And what does it sound? Whoa, where are you? I probably undid this. 0. Yeah, this, I did an undo. Oopsie. 200. Okay. Right, and then we delete this guy and switch this out. So why can't I stretch? Okay, I can. Okay. And then we'll apply a transgate to this. Let's transgate. Sweet. And then we can... I'm gonna try one more thing here. I'm gonna go to the drums, perks, stomp. We'll try these, see if they work. So I'm wondering if we can make these sound a little bit nicer by doing self-ring mod. So we're going to go to multipass, and I think we need to apply this to the over here. So the ring mod, self. We could even try band 2. Doesn't quite do it, so let's do band 3. Or just main. I also want to lower the filter a little bit. So there's a little trick as well. If you use the slice EQ, you can use a low pass filter and it'll use oversampling. There's a nice little way of softening the top end effectively. And then maybe we'll do a shaper with a shape like this. No, that's too much. See, that's too much. We could try dynamics. And then maybe a little bit disperser. And then what I would want to do is I want to grab this. And I want to, obviously, I don't want them to clash, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a... I wish there was an easier way to do this. Snappy, probably. And I'm going to go to the sidechain section and in here and stomp. Are you here? Yes, and stomp 1. Let's do multipass out. Grab an audio follower, grab an envelope, and then we're just going to do this again. And then we're going to do fairly short. And then we're going to do external, RMS. No, let's do peak. And just like that. And apply that. Grab again. Percentage and drag that shit down. There we go. So now, if we take a look at the waveform, we're making space for stomp, for the stomp. So if I solo this, you can see how we're making space for that. But I think we actually probably don't do this for the gain. Instead, we do this for a low shelf. So we grab a low shelf and we do -12. So we can do -24. So I'm going to do one here. What can we do? -30 even. Nice. Okay. And then we're just going to automate the mix instead of that. So we're going to do... So we retain the mids and the highs, but we're removing the low end. And then if we play them together, we're getting a massive amount of... We should probably group these as well and just make sure that they're not clashing too hard. So let's grab a clipper. And the thing is that now we can push this sound. And let's also make sure these are, again, pattern, merge duplicate patterns. And then we're going to I think if I do this, no, yeah, it doesn't apply in here. If I remember correctly, we need to do, how do I do fade here again? Or, and we do this. Is it applying it to the other ones? No, it's not. Stop. There we go. So if I disable the slice, You can kind of hear it's necessary, and then we can lengthen that. Or shorten it. Now we have a nice and beefy stomp. But I'm going to take this down just a notch to minus 1.5. And with this one, I'm going to go ahead and lower the aggressiveness of that. There you go. And then this is just missing a little bit more high end. So I'm going to go back into the slice. Let's see if we can, lastly, get a frequency shifter. And then see if we can... Sounds pretty cool. If we can grab a Pro Q and check if we're hitting a note. Or like G sharp. Yeah. That's 26, so just a little bit less. Then we go into the Valhalla. Maybe increase the decay. I think this thing needs a filter. Where's the filter? There we go. And then let's move it up a little bit. Oh yeah. One more fun thing we can try is to actually stretch this out way longer, like right over here. And then we'll move it. And then what we'll do is we'll switch the mode, the pitch mode, right? Right now it's on, I think it's on repitch. So instead we can use something like slice and see what happens. Oh, that sounds pretty funny. Okay, let's see, granular. Okay, right. Let's try stretch HD. Let's also pitch it down, so it's stretch it. Come on. Oh god, stretch it on the other side. We're getting some interesting transients at least. Let's try regular stretch. I think I like this one the most, actually. And then we do... Let's copy this section with automations. Thank you so much. Oh, copied the entire thing. That's not what I wanted to do. Why does it do that? I suppose it's because of the mode that I have on. Let me disable the support time selection. Wait, how do I... How do I select like this as a thing without these guys included? I'm a bit confused. I only want... Okay. Are we okay? What just happened? Oh, damn. Oh. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell? What the fuck just happened? Oh, everything sounds different now. Okay, what just happened? What was that? Let me do... What the hell? Pluck Data affects various changes. Pluck Data affects various changes. It like killed all Pluck Data. Did it kill all Pluck Data patches? What the hell? Well, this one's... No. Yeah. The attack is still at 0. That is weird. Like, even the... That's what I get for using a nightly version, huh? Not experienced this before. Yeah, they all reset to 0. I think smooth mix ratio is set to 0 for some reason. Never automated it, so why is it at 0? This one still works. What the hell? Can keep... Is there an undo list or something I can go to? Open an editor. No. It just nuked all of my Pluck Data effects. Why did it do that? Why would it do that? So it was, I think maybe I pressed Control Z to undo. And then it, okay, that might be a bug. That might be a bug. We might have just found a bug because that shouldn't have happened. Look, it says on Pluck Data various changes. Okay. So I think it may have something to do. I may know what's going on. We have to actually close this project and not save because it kind of nuked it. Not sure how much progress I lost. We'll see. Love this. After 3 days of using Bitwig, I finally am making beats, recording my microfreak easily using plugins after years of recording with phone and guitar. Nice. Yeah, I mean, Bitwig's good for everything, really. I'm just gonna eat something real quick while this loads. Look at the CPU. What the hell? Oh wait, you hear me eating? One sec. It might be Babadzaki, but I could expect it to be Pluck Data related too. Could be either. I have not tried the reverb. I know there's two ways you can do it. One is just, an all-pass serial delay network. One is nested all-pass delays. But they seem a bit chaotic. And the idea with diffuse is that you brute force the quality instead of doing tricks, which I assume maybe reverb does any kind of trick in that regard. But things stay consistent then, right? If you set it to a specific size, it stays consistently in that specific sound and specific timing that you set for the all-pass delays. Or if it's used in the serum filter, like the reverb filter, then it has some kind of weird tone shaping qualities as well. It like boosts the low end for some reason. Okay, we got all the things saved, luckily. Oh, the words were cut off. Oh, it could be Pluck Data or it could be beta related. One of the two. That bug was very weird, but I've heard from other people before that they had a similar problem at some point. Just a sec, eating up. Oh, I've been muted for the past 5 minutes. Oh my god. Bruh. Yeah, I was gonna say I wanted to do a Terra Squat Zombo style pre-drop bass and then into like a proper bro step drop. And I'm just finishing up eating my, and I only know the German word, which is Schokoladenbrötchen. So I'll be right back. Also, thanks to both the mods in the... Oh god, I was just like eating into the mic. I'm so sorry. Thanks to both the mods for making sure the comment section doesn't go crazy. That bug that I just experienced was very scary, by the way. I'm just gonna save. Jesus Christ, imagine you save in the wrong time and it happens to you. Then we need a... Let me just load up a spec comp for now. And release. So when it comes to like a Terra Squat style bass, we'd want to probably start off with a triangle, then use either a triangle or a saw wave. And then let's use an envelope for the shape of the space. Let's use a gain. Probably want to go into Spec and turn up the release a little bit. And then we want to grab a filter table. I'm going to use the band reject hybrid. And then I'm going to use this LFO here. It has that sound, right? So now I'm going to grab another wavetable and add some nice harmonics. Send that to line 2, and then here we're going to do comp filter. So that's the mids of the bass. Kilohertz methoding. I don't think it has any lower harmonics, so that's fine. And then I'm going to go ahead and actually send this to... No, we're going to keep it there. I'm going to grab one more wavetable, which is going to be taking care of the texture. But then I think what we're going to do instead is I'm going to go ahead and load up a square wave. And we're going to go ahead and use filter table instead to create some texture. So I want to use amped. So we're getting some movement there. I'm going to go ahead and modulate. Let's grab an LFO to fast and move through the wavetable. Let's try linear phase. Let's try raw. Let's use a high pass here as well, just so we can clean up the low end. And then find a cool position. When will Bitwig 6 stop being a beta? Good question. I think we actually have to give this a bit more release. I think we really need to push this up. Let's see if we can add an envelope that just runs into the FM. Maybe. Let's try minimum again. Let's try complex. Might be too much. There's too many good options. There's too many good options. We could also try and kind of flatten out the wavetable a little bit by turning up the tone. I think, at least. Turn up the tone and change the bandwidth. We can kind of smoothen it out. I think another option would be, what was it? Frame blending? That doesn't really help. Yeah, what I need is like to just smooth out the magnitudes and not do anything to the phase. I mean, that's just the bandwidth then. And then we just decide the tone. Yep. Let's try that, and then let's pick a different. But the Terror Squad bass is more open. It has release. So this has too much of a... I think it's just the envelope. We probably need to find a way to give it a floor. So release. We probably have to give it release here. Ooh, and then, okay, so then we need to do the filter. Wait, this is in the bass group. So what we need to do is we need to go here and add a KHS filter. Actually, just do a snappy, because a snappy will be easier to control. We'll have a high pass and a reverb. And we'll also have the mix. And the way we'll do it is if we get to 0. Wait, I just want you to be unipolar. You go to 0 and you do that. Otherwise, you are at 100%. Just like that. So that'll control the mix. And then we'll just have a high pass filter, which will, so this will be like that. And then this will be like that. Okay, why am I like hearing you all the way? Oops. Oh yeah, right. And then macro goes in there. And then we do. That's that sound, right? And then do more. All right. Width up, size up, dampen down, early up. And then maybe you do, I mean, that's just, okay, that's just the compressor though. We need more attack, like, let's give it a convolve or disperse. Maybe if we want to smoothen it out, we might as well go with a diffuse. Then turn off the resonance. I think the reverb is actually too much. Can we shorten it? I also don't like There is too much. Okay, that might be another thing that we want to do. We might want to like take down, kind of like that. I might actually do a remap for that. So I'll do plus. You go in there, and then you go like that. So I'll have you at 0. And it sounds to me like if we just include one more note in the beginning, we get a nicer transition. No? Why is there a click? Oh, that's pissing me off. Like if I play it here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Nice. And let's also change the curve here. Well, I really don't want to hear the first one though. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that this is at 100%. And then this is absolutely at the maximum if I push it here. There we go. Maybe also let's add a little bit. So this is a little neat trick. We could go to remap, do plus, and then we only add towards the middle and go back down. So if we add that to the macro here, we can just add resonance in the middle of that automation. See that? And then we can also do control some of the shape of that. And we can change where it happens. So OP. Like remap is so OP. Just one automation and does so many things. Cool. Now we can actually focus on the sound. Yeah, that's the problem, right? The reverb's a bit too metallic, and that's just the nature of the kilohertz reverb. The only thing I can imagine is if we go ahead and make our own. So we do like a chorus in there, and we lower the high pass a little bit, and then maybe we'll add, obviously, we don't really need low end in it. And then we add the reverb. Dampen, size up, decay down, early up. And the chorus will massively help. And then we automate that guy. Oh wait, oh no, we had just two. A bit better. And then let's go back here. Oh, dude. Oh, any of these work. Only to these. And then lastly, I want to add a flanger. Where's the flanger? Turn that down, and then we'll do LFO like that, and then we'll do 4. And we'll just have a motion like that. Ready for it? I don't know if we need the diffusion because it's so washed. Okay, we do need the diffusion. See what I mean? It's like, okay, I'm just going to disable the snap heap here. Without the diffuse wavetable, you can hear all of the micro transients from the minimum phase mode of filter table. And then diffuse just takes care of that. Now we could also just switch to raw mode. But that does change the sound. So the wavetable still has still too much control over the. Okay, that's better. That's actually kind of the sound. Yeah, let's put it all the way up. Isn't that like a bro step sound? That is so just like bro step. So this would be a good example for what in Blur could do. If we were to add in Blur, I'm going to save this real quick. Oh, wait, one more thing. Hopefully I can do this without my PC crashing. Just real quick. I'm actually bottlenecking my CPU a little bit. I still have it in a wattage mode where it's not getting as hot. So let me check. Put it to default. Apply. Oh, okay. I think it is in default then. If it's not letting me apply. Default. Cancel. Default. I guess it always starts at default. Okay, that makes sense. Whatever. Okay. If you use Blur now. Obviously it's mono, so because it's still in work in progress. But if I turn this up, see how it's just like got it, and then with it, it's nicely smoothing out all of those micro transients. That just sounds fine. I need to finish this fucking patch. It sounds fire. Because this is now adding too much. One thing I guess we can do is we can go in here and... No, we can't. We can't high pass this. If we high pass this, that wouldn't work. See? This is quite tricky doing this kind of stuff. That's good. I like that. Move the... Let's see if we can... do we even need this? No, we don't need that. Okay, that's good. That's pretty good. Do we need to move it? That's too much. That's too much. It's a fine balance. Okay, let's enable the transition effect again. Okay. A Frida vocal. Ooh. I think I like that one a lot. I'll check that out in a second. I gotta figure this out. I think that's the bro step bass. I think that's it. I don't like how diffuse has too much control over like what resonances are being triggered or not. Shows me that I really need to finish that blur patch. I can very much hear certain harmonics disappearing and reappearing, and I obviously want diffusion not to do that. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. Wow. And then. Oh, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I think we're going to start off with a growl, I think. So let's add another channel. And let's actually, there's one more interesting thing. Which is, if I go in here. That's the right note, actually. With this guy. I made a filter table out of a saw wave that ran through a bandpass and then 3 OTTs. Oh yeah, I'll check the vocal right now. 1 second. Should I have the stream audio on when listening to it? I'm gonna mute it real quick just in case. That's okay.
It's fucking Nosco.
That works. I think it would be a little bit out of place to actually have a vocal sample like that though in the song. Kind of comes out of nowhere. But speaking of that sort of style of music, I have this wavetable that is effectively the bandpass going through a saw wave from, I think, the 8 hertz that Serum has up to, I think, like 400 hertz or something. And then there's 3 OTTs. And those 3 OTTs are obviously always pushing up this area. So it's very interesting because we could technically use this for a growl. I'm going to go ahead and load up a wavetable. And I'm going to go ahead and 2/4. Yeah, roughly. Scroll for it. I think it's only playing half. Then we're gonna grab a where is it? Special 9 at 100. And then we're gonna lower the resonance there. And I'm gonna grab another LFO. And we want to just treat this as a filter. So we're just gonna do you hear that? It has this sort of has the sound. So let's do Spec Amp again. Ew, that worked. Let's add some noise to the bottom. Let's make it, actually not that, like this guy. No, we actually probably wanted the opposite, so it's only in between those. Let's also take a Formant filter, lower the Q. Move this up a little bit. Lower the noise. And let's see if we can add a disperser. And we obviously need a sub. And we need probably some distortion. Just probably a low shelf before it to make sure that we're not cooking it. See, so just that filter table is doing a lot of heavy lifting. And now let's grab an LFO and put it on the master pitch and let's play around with the face. As you can tell, that has a massive impact. And lastly, when I take the analog here and turn this down so we can actually change the format. I think actually there's a point where we can shift the remap towards the end, so it's not affecting the... I'm going to turn off this LFO so you can actually see it. If we have the saw wave in the middle, you can see that the point where it's compressing or expanding is within the point where the ring mod, the transient volume shaper is. So instead we can change the phase to move it to a place where it's not present, and we get performance shifting that is completely clean. Without any clicks. Lower the noise a little bit more. Lower the drive a little bit. Now let's try again. Let's go ahead and do invert time. That's pretty good, right? That's a pretty good gnarly. Let's see if we can have it after the factory. Or before it. Patch rate is interesting. Not quite sure how the distortion there works. We have a comp filter and send the sub to Denku. To find a nice balance there. And perhaps in Spec comp we need to lower the smoothing quite a bit, or to be a bit more aggressive on the ground. That's too much. Okay, and then we need to increase the gain. Even further, I suppose. There. So we're boosting this up. We're getting very interesting results. Let's invert the timing again. Pitching down quite a bit. That's pretty cool. No noise. A little bit of noise there. Oh, so many nice. Which do we do? I think that's good. Nasty. Okay. So then we can decide. Sort of just have it be very mean. We can also send the noise out to master. So it gets pushed up by the spectral compressor, though I suspect it should be okay. Let's send it to lane 3 though. Do like it like aggressive like that. We can also try a convolver. But I'd rather use a disperser in that case. Okay. Nice, so now it's just about finding the right spot. Yeah, this is AM based. So this wavetable right here is controlling the AM for this wavetable, and then this saw wave here is effectively a sync. But it can also, that's pretty cool too, but it can also go negative down to the point where it's just completely flattening. And the cool part is that the saw wave here is, the phase of it is changed 180 degrees. So the point where there's discontinuity in the waveform is outside of the sync of the volume envelope, which is pretty nice. Another option is to completely skip this and just use a saw wave. And then all we do is we grab a filter table and use the same complex 12 wavetable, which would be complex 12, would be right here. And then use that instead. But we'd have to switch to raw mode. The problem is gets a little too smeary, and I think original fixes that. Yeah. I think linear as well can be pretty cool. But generally speaking, original is the right mode for this. The problem is that any automations afterwards kind of misalign in terms of timing. So it's a bit tricky. But that sounds pretty nuts as well. But yeah, for raw mode, it's a bit too much. That might be to the... Yeah, no, it has no... Yeah. Original is the option here. And of course, we could... there's another way we can do this, where we can take the wavetable here, so just duplicate it to its own chain. We can send it to a sideband, and then we can grab a ring mod and just apply this anywhere in the chain. So we go to a sideband, and then we do positive. Pink. Would that not be correct? Oh wait. Yeah, 0. And then we do, I think. We do. Oh, that should be correct. Let me see. Am I hearing this? 1 second. No, it's got goes to sideband. There we go. Okay, what's the bias? Yeah. We take this off. You can hear it's super like crunchy. And I thought... No, I guess because it splits it up. Yeah, okay. And then what you do is You can bring this back out. And then turn on the mix, I suppose. Well, actually, we just put this like right after here. Yeah, and then you get some of that back, and we could technically then use it with raw mode. Or if we had it before, probably. No, see, before it doesn't do much, but after we could use it after, and then we could use that mode. But it sounds a bit messy in this case, so I would probably just like use the original mode and skip this step. But I actually really, really like the way just this sounds, this wavetable. It's a little bit cleaner, and it's already kind of gritty from the get-go. Crunch method leak, yeah. I like the raw mode a lot. It reminds me to the belly life. Yeah, you're right. Yes, it was a bit more washed out, right? You can also dial down the amount here. You take it out all the way. Or bring it in just a little bit. I suppose that's another point for Blue, actually. If I think about it, theoretically, if we had a very sort of, like a very transient heavy sound, theoretically with Blur, we should also be able to at least move it out a little bit. Yeah, that would be possible as well. But yeah, now there's just so many options on what I want to do here. And there's so many cool options. I always get choice paralysis with this synthesis method. Hello, Xino and Aramix. There's just too many options. There's a little bit of room left somewhere. I wonder if that might just be leftover stuff, so I'm just going to go ahead and oh wait, it should be 0. There we go. There we go. Make it a little bit lower. Oh, dude. That's nuts. Yeah, if we pull down the AM on the wavetable, then it becomes a bit more full, right? Let's try a different wavetable. That's nice. I would say you're a pro in sound design, but you should release more music. We need that. Yes, that is the plan for 2026. To release more. No, I have not seen that movie. Just too many options, because with this technique, you're not not locked into a specific sound. You can kind of just do anything based on the wavetable. So much more choice paralysis that comes with it. I think that's the big problem, which is a good issue to have, of course. That's pretty neat right there. Be nice to just invert the frames, but I don't think that's possible. Just invert time, which might actually be doing that. Oh, there's a little bit. Another option besides the formant filter would be the phaser. And I think there might actually be good phaser opportunities in here. It might be spectral or sweeping. I would assume the sweeping one might be good as a phaser. Okay, never mind. Is there like softer ones? Softer phasers? Color? No, that wouldn't be it. Comps. Formants. Here we go. Squarey boy. Well, none of these are phasers. Sweeping. I mean, I would guess it would be sweeping. Squarify, sweep. It wouldn't be inside of texture. Babbling formants. Maybe Buenas noches. What the hell is that name? Moving vowels. Okay, wait. This looks like something. Yeah, but the other formant filter's not. That one's nicer. See, that's just... That's just nuts. Alright, I like that. And then we're gonna figure out the actual drop here. Yeah, that's good. So far. I'm gonna just leave it like that for now. And now... Ooh. Let me see if I can maybe... take out some of that formant with the... Yeah, I like that. I think that's a good growl. And now I need to sit back and think of a drop. So what do we do? Let's add one more background effects that has a lot of energy. I'm gonna go VFX, and then let's check this out. Oh yeah, I like that one actually. Very energetic. That's goofy as hell. Okay. But we can... What if I did like never, and then it's just like a 1/4, and then we go in here and we do like a wah, like a wobble, wobble. Well, there's a lot of fun things you can do. But then this should be like way cleaner. And then we have like another one. I'm having fun. And we turn off that guy, and then we're gonna change the amount of this guy. Oof. Let's do wide, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, and then we'll do a slapback delay just once. And this needs to be sticky. And then have it be more energetic. And then actually use maybe a higher diffuse. That's fun. Then just for fun, I'm just going to throw in a bass loop there. Another one. Just for fun, as a B section. Hey, let me... Hello. Let me do that. That was pretty fun. Then this one as well, if we set it to 1/4 and we do never, we can just do like a... A lot of fun stuff. Oh, dude, if you add like a distortion in there, or like a saturator, I think. There's like clicks though. Like I'm hearing clicks. I think we need a like a convolver in here. I think there's no other way around it. That's gonna soften. And then maybe we'll just do just one note. And then the best part is that we can just go in here, have a free running LFO, and then we'll do just a bar, and then we'll just apply this plus and minus. Let's do like up to three semitones, plus minus. And we can just draw, like we can just do maybe something like that. Technically speaking, I also feel like we need to change the, what was it applied to? Yeah, this is just the gain. So we're going to do something similar here. We're just going to delete this guy. And actually, we're just going to automate the gain here. Why not? And so the format is really coming from here. Depending on how we go. I think maybe this goes muscle. No. Go to lane 3. As well, like this guy, what if we made a never and then 1/4? So we can remove all of the kind of bro steppy, all the bro steppy kind of movement with the LFO, and then actually see if maybe, just maybe, No. It's because of this guy and this guy. Like now maybe. I'm in the right key. D sharp minor is correct, yeah. It's probably the cutoff. So see where squarify is too like square, just too much. So it needs to be saw, but saw is too clean, so that's why we need diffusion. I think that missed it. The delay is still too much as well. Where is it? If there was a way to mix between the two, we can. We can grab. Look, there's a really cool thing we could do. I think there's actually there's a wavetable. Watch this. There's a wavetable. I think if we go to morphs, saw to square. This is wrong. This is not what I want. There's another sort of square that you can do. That's very interesting. If you do this in face part, so we do. Actually, yeah, we just go to number 1, and we go to we just grab this point and put. Actually, no, that might be correct then. Put that there. Add another point here, and then on this point we move this guy. Move this guy up. Move this guy down. I suppose we add another point here somehow. Oh, actually, yeah, we move this guy. Wait. Move this guy over here. And then we add another point here. Another point here. And then we get a custom morph. I don't know if it'll work. We'll see. But it should be morphing between a square and a saw. Also, hello, Affinity. No, okay, that doesn't work. Let's do not a square. That's better. Okay. Let's disable chroma again. Let's enable the format. Does that sound still correct? I don't remember. Remember that being higher. Yeah, we can just go in and just go crazy, right? Like we can just do like and then we go up and then we do that maybe, and then so we go up here and then we do, so we can just kind of freeform draw what we want to do. It's pretty fun. We probably want to go wow. We're gonna have to make this work in context, though. Oh, dude, that's insane. It doesn't work in context just yet, though. It's like all of those old bro step sounds just... It literally is hilarious. That's hilarious. I've heard these sounds before. Well, the best part is we can actually change the offset of where the drawn pitch envelope happens. So we can change it, let's say, to start at 90 degrees. I think there's too much melodic information here. Where is it? I think the top one is fine, but this one we might want to mute. And then we'll do... So we'll actually extend this growl a little bit. So we'll change all of these to 2/4. Okay. Kind of getting somewhere. And if we went to no pitch change and just... We could go for something like that. So Chroma can do something here. But I think I would probably want this to be like a 3/4. Okay. Well, this doesn't do anything. Nope. I think we can get those melodic aspects probably as layers rather than with chroma. And then have this one just be a little bit more... I mean, we can also have a much simpler LFO where we like do, say, a pitch change of 2, and we just have it, you know, just a boom, 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 like... Stuff like that could work as well. Okay, now we're getting some cool sounds out of it. And then let's see if we can bring in a... Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and... We have a resample. I think this is the resample, literally. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in another instrument. That's going to be face plant. And then it's just going to be... oh, wait. Drag that in. There's a sample. And then let's see if I can hear it. Fire. Okay, I'm going to put that in there. I'm going to set the harmonic to 0, shift to 440. And then this to A4. Then we can just duplicate it 3 times and pick different positions. And now we're getting a sort of a melodic but I probably would recommend we don't do this on every, maybe even we'll figure it out. We can add some nice harmonics. And then towards the end, I think we should probably add one more thing. LFO, turn this to -12, put it to 4/4. And then we'll just have it go. And then as well, that'll go to the frame here, and then we'll just like pull it down. So the fact that it's changing the way it does because it's bow step makes it a little bit tougher to mix. You know what? We're going to stay with Squarify. We're just going to use Squarify. But I'm also going to bring in another just crunchy layer, just so we have something else. And then we're going to automate that as well, just so we have something else. And then we could take that down. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this to 0 and have this at 100%. And then we're going to have this at 100, go down to 0, so we can kind of crossfade between these two wavetables. There's really a fine line where it's like sick and not out of place, and then where it's just goofy, right? Fisk, if you'd like to listen to the intro. Oh, good night, Busty. Thanks for sticking around. Let's take off the LFO and see if we can do... I mean, we're in minor. I gotta be careful. I gotta figure out how to do this. Because I like the attitude that the LFO gives. But then it's like, it's going to be so tough to mix with the rest of the song. Let's try 2. Okay, I'm liking that a bit more. Like, people would just try to figure out how to make these sounds back then, and it's just like, oh, filter table just makes it so easy now. I don't think we need the saturator. All right, Fisk, I need to probably put this into perspective anyways, so I'll play the intro for you, so you have an idea of what the rest is, because I'm trying to make this work, and if it's feeling out of place for you, that's actually a good indicator. Oh shit, did I mute this? Did I mute the drop? No, I didn't. Where the fuck is it? I think it's an automation bug or something. Wait, what's going on? Where's the drop? It's gone. What? What happened? The snap heap broke it. Wait, why is this at 100%? Okay, that makes sense. Oh my god, that was so anticlimactic. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, I gotta pull this down. There you go. It could work. It could work. It's like a mean little in-between drop that could work. I gotta get it, like, you know, get it up there in terms of how mean this is. And I could distort it, but I don't like distorting. Don't like distorting stuff. That is pretty mean though, if I distort it. That's pretty mean. Could work. Ugh, yuck. What if you just like, let's do bam bam. Oh, okay, I see, okay. Oof, okay, so it could, you know, there could be something to say. That's a horrible harmonic up there. What does that remind me of? A Space Lasers track. Disgusting. No, that's too much. That sounds too much. Too much. I feel like it also needs a triplet. So it's like a so we need to set this to a triplet mode. Where do I get my triplets? Oh, and then it doesn't work with my shit. Maybe velocity can re-trigger it, but we'll see. I think I'll probably have to like duplicate it, but then how do I do this? How do I do this? It's not set up to do that. Triplet. See, it's not even, it's just going to ignore it. Because this LFO right here, I mean, everything else is okay. That can just keep running, but this LFO right here is not going to work. Yeah, automated LFO could work. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to take macro. Okay, so here's a little trick. We can just do new and just do a flat line. And then we automate that flat line with macro 2. And bam, now we just have it. So it's like a where, and then we need triplet here as well. Oh, this might be triplet. No, this is not triplet. Triplet. So probably up like that. Oh wait, I disabled this guy. Pointer tool. Oh, I have that. You drunk? What? No, that's not it. Oh, oops. Okay. What? Oh my God, what am I doing? What? Add a point there. I hold Control Shift for this to work. Okay. Okay, there's something else that's kind of making it not work there. I would assume that's the flanger. So we might want to... Okay, I'm going to grab a velocity. Where's velocity? I'm blind. There we go. 16, 8. Okay, so we just turn it up until it says 80. And then we assume that all the notes have a low velocity. And then this guy just goes up here. It still doesn't quite work, but maybe. And then we'll just simulate as if the okay, that's too much. I really have to fight the automation system right now. Something's not sounding. There's probably other things about this, so let's see if we can also turn this to 8C. And I assume, I think that's it, really. There's nothing else that's... Actually, I wonder if it's necessary for this guy. Not really. That kind of works. Move that there. So we can move this up. I can really hear the distortion. I don't know if I like the distortions too much. Oh, okay. I like that. Automating the pitch bend. It's already automated with this LFO right here. Oh, dude, that's nuts. And then I think this needs more release. This is just all for fun. I assume as well that I need to probably move the cutoff a little bit here. Oh, that's so sick. There's such sick like formants down there, but then we're losing high frequency information. Okay, so here's a little trick that I don't know if many people know, but if you're missing like high frequency information, because for example in this case, you know, the filter table doesn't reach far enough. There's a trick you can do, because ultimately, oftentimes, right, the upper frequencies, like in the very, very top end, are very kind of usually very messy, and they're just upper harmonics. So what we can do, to approximate, I guess you could say, is actually if you just take a snap heap and you do a parallel chain and then you distort one channel, and because that's going to create high frequency information. If we take a look at the spectrum again, we disable the snap heap, right? I'm missing high frequency information. Now we've created that through distortion. We could probably even have a little bit of a softer... No, you want to keep it at one slope. Sometimes it depends. Sometimes you want to grab a channel mixer and invert the phase. But in this case, I think just having it at 1x is probably better. I think you can create a biquart, a Butterworth filter if you duplicate it. Oh yeah, just 1x is quite a nice crossover. Maybe make it louder. So now we can just always make sure we have high frequency information. Oh, we can go really low now as well. I actually want to like distort it even further. And if you wanted the distortion to be like, if you wanted the top end to be a bit crunchier, you could have a low shelf going into the distortion and then with bias. You can hear it. We get a much crunchier. I can also see the sectors. Yeah. Yeah. So. Pretty cool, right? Ooh, that's kind of mean. Yeah, yes, kind of. It's another sound there. Did this guy? Let's keep that mute. Let's see if we can. We might want to add it back. No. I still don't like that triplet. I feel like you know what might make more sense if we don't do it. Simply because. Oh, that's cool. Because we could always like resample it and then do that with. Get rid of that. Oh wait, no, keep that. Where's the automation for that? Huh? That's not. Did they move or something? Ooh, wait, that's fucking sick right there. So that's like a boom. So now we can actually extend these and just have them be longer as well. Control J on that. I wanted to edit the MIDI. Hello. Bum 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 bum. Something like that. Bum 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 bum. Oh no! I just want the. Hello. I think it works actually. I just want the automation. Whoa. So it's like a. Wow. What the hell? How many points are there? Wow. Wait. Please. rusty. So this is without the snapping. You know what? That sounds good enough. Let's see if we can just distort this using a slice EQ. Where is it? Wait, what the hell? Distort it. And if we then move the bandpass after, what happens? See, we're getting into some interesting territory. Do we need this on? Yes, but not as much. Also, can you tell that the UI is like slowing down? Like, you take a look at this, if I open this up, just how slow that kind of updates compared to Bitwig. So now we can just go crazy with the harmonics. I don't want to distort. We need this high pass. Yeah, so. Okay, let's remove the pitch level. It's too much high end now. Where is it? This chain is getting a little intense now. Ooh. We're getting a lot of interesting results there. And we not even using this guy. Just shows you how powerful just a square and a filter table is. And then maybe just a little bit of disperser at the end. And then... And what if we put the LFO back? Alright. Let's see what that sounds like. No. It's too, yeah, I don't like distorted sound design. I think it has so much more character when it's like not when there's more happening. You guys see? Like, it's just not basing it on distortion. I'm missing gain automation. Somehow it's like I think what I need to do is I need to like grab a remap for this guy. Macro to remap, and then that goes into the gain, and then this just needs to be like this. Like that, maybe? There's some cool ideas there. Where's the automation for macro 2? Let's do I think it wants to do that. Oh no, that's not what I want to do. No, I just want to move you. See, yeah, because all of them end at the... Okay, so that totally makes sense that I did this remap. Yeah, I'm going to move this closer. So they can end... Okay. Can I, like... Hello? The hitbox is insane. Please. Why are you hold? I don't want you to hold. Thank you. Why are you hold? You're not hold. That's a bug. That has to be a bug. Hello? Oh, wait. This is like a clip? Wait, Control J. You know what? Like, select the entire thing here. Control J. Why would you... Okay. I'm unfamiliar with the system. That's all. Okay. Yeah, it's really slowing down now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to save this. I'm going to wait. I'm going to terminate the audio engine. So now it's gone. And then I'm going to reactivate it. So now it's going to start up the project effectively again. So I'm just going to wait a second. And then magically, faceplant's going to be smooth again. Can you imagine? There we go. Open up this guy. So load up a different wavetable here. Let's maybe try unison on this guy at like 5%. So we have a... Oh, that's nuts. That's just nuts. Okay, just, you know, got to figure out what to do with the actual pattern. So... we could do that, or we could do... I really like this pattern though. I like that. And then I think we need a different bass after it's done with this guy. I'm going to just copy this over somewhere else, but like we need like a... No, this is still triplets. So let's do... We have this bass right here, which I think... Yeah, this guy... Effectively, we need that guy. So just songwriting-wise, I thought like... Boom, boom, pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Like... Not one many. We can mute that one. And then this one's going to be higher. So we're going to cut this guy and paste it there. And then this one's going to be way higher. And then we're going to go push this one. Somewhere around those notes. It needs to be like higher somehow. Whoa, okay. Okay. Getting somewhere. Slow. Let's try that. Kind of getting similar results here. That's strange. That's like distorting at that point. And then this one should have an automation for this guy, but it should be bipolar. So we're going to do Where is it? Right here. And the point there. That's hopefully the right macro. Something like that, maybe? Something like that? Let's see. All of those options are pretty cool. So this wants to be a double. Yeah, got that automation. Where's the other macro? Why is it not showing me all the macros that are being automated? That's so strange. So you want to do that. And cut this guy. I just gotta make sure that macro free is normal. So let's do that. Let's just do that. That's good. I like that. So this needs to cut like that. Oh, this is sick. It's like complete pro step. These kinds of sounds are just that. Let's make this shorter. I mean, that's primarily because of this, right? But we can also try the additive wavetables, but they're too clean, so they're not really going to work. Good. Some really cool stuff in there. Feeling a little bit weak. Let's turn up the target. Good games. I like that one. So I think it's the back effects here. This guy. It's not quite fitting. Let's go back effects. Let's try this one. Also, the drums are specifically made to work for the other drop. So we gotta check that out. I'm gonna add one more channel, and I think we have some hi-hat loops we can potentially use. Let's go cymbals hi-hat loop. Place the second bass you duplicated further back. Yeah, no, it could be a B section. That's too much. I want something a little bit simpler. What's this? I'm gonna grab a curve comp because I just wanted to make it higher. And then I also want to push it. So he's saying I should push this guy like over here, right, as the B section, sort of. But then we're losing this. We're only playing this once. I think that's a really cool. I mean, this is a really cool like section here. You kind of want to repeat this guy at least once. And then let's make this short. And then we're going to design the sound for this, which is going to be fast, because it's going to be fairly simple. Just going to make it sort of heavy. And the way we're going to do it is we're going to have I think it's probably going to be, I think we're just going to make it fairly simple. We're going to have a phase of 80. And I think we're going to use, we're going to monofy. So we're just going to make it mono. And then we're going to give it not all the way, maybe a little bit, comb filter a little bit. And we're going to have a pitch envelope on the master, even though that's not going to do anything. So we're going to have a sampler and we're going to grab a glitch. So I just want something fast. Grab a glitch, I'm going to give it a whole time, and just a little bit of decay. And we're going to set this to be, I mean, actually, we can do it like that. I'm going to give it a high pass. I'm going to give it a envelope. And then we're going to make it full spectrum by grabbing a high pass noise, and we're going to ring modulate that noise. So we have that sound, and then we're going to have our fundamental again, which is going to be face band again. And we're going to have a short, really, really short pitch envelope. And then we're going to add some nice harmonics. And then we're going to have some, not normal noise, we're going to have a sampler with a effects, miscellaneous, pink noise stereo. I'm going to high pass that. And we're just going to have that on 440 and then on A4. And then we're going to have a little bit of attack and then a little bit of decay. And then we're going to turn on the attack. We're going to turn up the decay and the delay. And then we're going to put it all together using Spec comp. No, that's curve comp. Whoops. Don't save. Save this real quick. And then we'll load up Spec comp. Do that. And I think because we actually only want to have it in here. And then we're going to do multipass, limiter, let's do dynamics. Clip it. And then I think we can try having the convolver. No. We don't want that. Yeah. The sub should have a indicate or even a delay. And then our main sound should be way louder. And then should have probably more convolution. And then obviously no sub. And then we gotta kind of figure out the timings here a little bit. Figure out how much harmonics we're adding. I think I need another one here. And then we should start. We should change the starting position, maybe tighten this up. And now we can also try the diffuse thing. And you can see we can just pick different parts of the glitch. And we might want to tighten up the tail a bit. There should be no distortion here. Oh, there might be. There we go. Right, because we pushed into the clipper. We don't need to. And now it's just all about finding the balance. So we can just go into here and change the go into the glitch and pick a different. So we're getting cool examples there. And we can also try and AM a little bit. The noise, just make it a little bit crunchy. I appreciate the concerns. Don't worry. If I'm tired, I'm going to stop. No worries. I think this needs a tiny bit of reverb. If we can get just a tiny bit of reverb in that, it'd be really nice. No chorus, please. High pass. Nice. And now it's just all about the bass glitch. So if we change that. We're getting some sick shit. Right, so we go. Say what's going. So we're gonna ba ba bum ba 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 bum ba ba bum. Let me make it shorter. Yep, that's it. Oops. I'm going to save this real quick because it's pretty fire. We could change this down 1. So that works. We need a little bit more release on this guy. Let's see if we can get some chord. Let's go with like a ridiculous harmonic. I think that's a bit much. The problem is when I'm doing the pitch change here, I kind of also have to automate the filter table. There's just again a choice paralysis happening. I just have too many options, man. Too many options. But I also feel like the background effects are too loud, right? They're like way too loud. Oh god, this is too much. So many cool options. I can't. Right, this needs to definitely have. Where's it? Copy the kickstart, paste it here. And then, yeah, we could go to this, but this does feel like it finalizes it. So this should probably do something else. This needs more energy in the top end. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just sneak in a bit of information. So I'm going to go grab a amp to wavetable. I'm going to automate it. I'm going to high pass it quite a bit. And we do have an automation for the gain here. So I think I'm going to take the same automation and apply it to the level. But I'm going to sneak this into lane 3. See? So now we're sneaking in a bit of information on the top end. And we might even be able to use some unison here with spread. We're just adding more. There we go. Turn up the target. We could be more melodic in this case. Can you make a purple Lambo yoinked for that small spot for filler bass? Yeah, we could. Actually, you know what? It sounds almost like it wants to also do a different drum pattern here. Like... So I want to improve this sound a little bit. Yeah. And this needs to... do that. And then when it does that, it needs to also pull down the gain. And now turn up the back. So it's like a bang, bang, bum, 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 boom. Oh shit. Okay. Bing, Bum 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 bum. I just had that idea randomly. Bum 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 bum. One. Yeah. We made it a very, very simple bass just to have something. I'd do something like that and increase the Q. Well, that's cool. Data, Pluck Data. I want to just wrap up this bass right here. Bam, 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 done. A little bit louder. And then instead we'll do a notch. And then of course this top end is very, very boring. So we're going to grab a filter table. Make it stereo. Come filter. You actually see where the formants can kind of line up. I do like the wavetables from volume 3 though. What if you do? No, I think I like that. Let's move. Let's do our own little tilt here by grabbing a low pass, playing the cutoff there, and then doing the song. I think I want to like automatic EQ, just completely flatten this shit. So just do there. It's because I'm waiting for Pluck Data 0.9.3 to release before I have the final version, because with Pluck Data 0.9.3 there's going to be an improvement to visuals. And well, this is my most ambitious project yet. Let's try actually using the other band reject. Where is it? Band reject hybrid. It's there's no hiatus or anything like that. it is pretty much like DSP-wise, it's pretty much ready. It's the fact that 0.9.2 still had a few issues, and 0.9.3 has like all bugs fixed, and it has a visual improvement, which means that I will have to port Spec over to that new visual system. So effectively now 0.9.3 will release, then I'll update Curve Comp, and then hopefully NBlur comes after fairly quickly. And then Spec-Comp, the final version, will be released, probably including VST3 and Clap all at the same time. I think that's the best one. Let's also add some more top-end information by sending this to lane 2, automating the gain there, and putting a high percentage. Let's do filter. Oh, that's the wrong way around. That's not the right one then. Where's it? Band reject hybrid. It just needs to be a bit brighter. It's kind of dark right now. I might have to pull back this smoothing. I mean, it is the octave after all. If we go like that's a bit better. Basically, yeah, temporos. If Spec-Comp is like sort of the so far the patch that everyone seems to like the most. So when I want the very, very final version of it out, I don't want to update it too much. So that's why I've kind of been strategically waiting for 0.9.3 to drop. And then I was also able to gather some more feedback and all. And one example I can show you is Curve Comp, which is under the free tier right now. It looks like this, right? So if I load up Curve Comp, the new system, I'm going to have to save this real quick before, because I might nuke my project again. With the old system, you can see if I put this to 200%, take a bit, there we go. You can see it's quite pixelated, right? And this is a big issue on macOS, like laptops and Windows, when you have scaling enabled, if you have like a 4K display or a laptop. And with the new system, I have it right here. This is the version 1.5 for Curve Comp. The resolution internally is 2x, so it's double the resolution. So everything's double the clarity. You can see this is completely sharp and completely clean. And I want the same for Spec-Comp. So I've been waiting before like doing, the final UI and stuff for it to look the same, because it looks super duper clean this way. And it's just very, very scalable, and it'll look great on macOS and Windows when you use scaling. So yeah, I appreciate the patience though. And I understand if people are a bit confused as to why it's taken a bit, because usually Pluck Data patches are done fairly quickly. I want to do this one real right, so that's the reason. Tear out sub, for example, here. I actually think I don't want to do that one. The trick is to mess with the harmonics. So you can see my sub for my tear out gun in this case isn't just a clean sine wave. I actually have a few other sine waves on top of it. So that's just clean. And then I can mess around with the phase of those. You can really hear depending on the phase. Can really feel, and it can change kind of the depth of your sub. And I actually wonder if it would be good for this bass to just be a little bit more aggressive. So if I added like another envelope here and just did like a more aggressive still not hearing enough of the harmonics actually. No, I think I like it just clean. Yeah, okay, I'm not liking this. I think we might actually just go with like a saw. Just something cleaner. That's better. That is actually better. Let's load up Valhalla Room. High pass it, bam, 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 and then okay. What if I do? If we move it here. What if I enable the bing, bing? We do like the offbeat. Yeah, we'll take this faceplant patch and put it in here. And then we'll do Control J. Oh, actually, it might have to be outside depending. Wait, I can do this though. Group this guy, put this on here, and then boom, bing, bing. It's like the old. It's one too many. Oh, what the hell did I do? Probably delay and put this in parallel and have a Valhalla Room. Valhalla Vintage actually. And then just have them both fully wet like that, and then and now we can just kind of change it. Turn that down. Yeah, it's like an offbeat chord stab, yeah? Just more attack now. And maybe even, I don't know if this will work because these are all they're non... see, from the waveform display from FaceMount, I can't quite tell what the hell the waveform is. That's one of the things I don't like about their sampler, is just the waveform display just kind of doesn't really tell me anything. It's kind of surreal to hear this music be produced. I'm sure all the people in 2013 had much different tools, but still. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. I think we need to do some balancing here of the harmonics. I'm not hearing the main chord. Sort of. What if we did we'll get that. I think there's still too much background stuff happening. Okay, let's just make it a 2-layer thing, right? Let's not overdo it. Is this the right way? Let me turn this off. Yeah. Okay. It feels like an octave too high. Let me play this real quick. think it's the right chord. I'm about to just write my own chord. Okay, that's better. Yes, it's currently 2 a.m. You're right. I probably will have to cut off the stream at 3. That kind of sound actually could use chroma, because like why not? Might just enhance it a little bit. Yeah, not necessary though. What if we like just fucking spam this shit? Like, I know there's a feature here where you can like enable a bunch of repetitions. That's too many. That actually sounds kind of fire. What if I like stretch this out and then we do like a bunch of them? Let's just do like. That's fine. Yeah, this type of dubstep isn't easy. It's not easy. It's a lot of sound design. Okay, next one. We're gonna do the diffusion method. So we're gonna, for the yoink, right? We're gonna do the diffusion method. We're gonna grab a sound like that. We're going to do a wavetable for this, and we are going to. So the trick with the yoink is you can either do it through FM, but the other option is that you just draw in the harmonics, and then we just turn up the K and the whole, turn on the sustain, and then if we just play the single sound here. There we go. Also, I don't think that this needs a chroma. Effectively, we just want to shorten all of these sounds to be very short. So the whole time is quite short. I always just use the envelopes because if it's a one shot anyways, like a one shot bass, you can just kind of get the shape with the envelope. Then we want to grab, in this case, maybe just a notch filter. And have it go. Do that. Oh yeah, you don't want to automate that. We want to grab a envelope for that. So we're going to grab an envelope, anything that needs to move. Like that. And And then we're not going to use this filter, never mind. I'm going to go for the band reject in this case. Yeah. Have that, and then we're going to turn up the attack quite a bit. And then here as well, we're going to turn up the attack. And then the trick is to actually just find the harmonics that you like. So we turn up the attack now. So the trick here is that you just go. What I recommend is that you go for odd harmonics. So for example, I think this would be well, this would be odd, but this would be even. And then you can go 14 would be even. Yeah, so then we could go. Doesn't really matter though. And then we add a Valhalla room with no low part there. And the trick here is to grab an envelope and put it to the harmonic of this harmonic wavetable and have it basically wind up. Where you would do that with FM, sort of bring it in, we'll bring it in just with the pitch. And then you can go pretty high, depending on. You can add a few other harmonics in there. Another thing that you can do is squarify your wavetable. You can partially do that. But another option would be to actually go and grab a convolver and do a disperse 20. And if you want, you can go filter table. You don't have this diffuse one yet, but you could go to texture here and go grab the diffuser technically. Put this to raw mode. Oh, in this case, actually, no. Probably not. We'll just keep it like this. Yeah, then just turn the wavetable mostly squarify. And then you just find harmonics that you like. That one's pretty cool. And usually if you go add two harmonics that are one harmonic apart, so if you do two next to each other, you get kind of like a lot of grinding. But if you have sort of one harmonic apart, get some pretty cool sounds that way. And then the last thing is that you take the noisy wavetable and you apply ring mod to the other one. And then you can let's add some comb filter. Make sure that the low end is nice and clean. And then depending on the wavetable, you can totally like get different results. And sometimes adding upper harmonics. It's quite nice. But then really what you want as the last thing is the flanger. You want that flanging movement. So if we go flanger, you'd want to grab an envelope and have a shape like this, and then have it go down. And that's going to very much isolate and also smear the sound a little bit. And then if we take out you can also apply a little bit of a high pass filter here, just so you don't get any of the low end stuff in there. And then it's just really about finding out like what kind of harmonics you want to use. You could also try and like use, for example, like FM wavetables. You can do that. Like if you go to FM, I think I have some in this one. Was it in the first one? Oh, yeah, I think it was the first one. I have some FM. Where is it? FM. Then we can also try a stronger disperser. But I personally just like drawing in my own harmonics, because in contextually, it like matters a lot, right? What sort of harmonic is playing the go. That's actually kind of in key, 16. So you can see how that's giving us some pretty cool in this case. Really, I don't think the band reject filter is needed. I think the regular notch should be enough, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, and as well, we can just probably use another envelope for that, to be honest. And there's one too many for these. Sometimes it's also fun when you just go in and just like draw stuff. You get some pretty interesting. Oh yeah, we haven't even used Spec comp on this. So that's obviously something that you want to throw on, some kind of post-processing. So let's do that. And then let's lengthen that. We can also probably add a sub here. Just make it not that long. Let's see. Remove that. We do new. And sometimes it's cool if you'd like to store that sine wave. You can do bias distortion. You can see there's lots of options in terms of. That's a pretty cool one. take down the... Hello, what are you playing? And then we probably want to delay this a bit. But I think this harmonic should be higher. And sometimes it's fun if you just like jump in two, like in steps of two, and then just... All right, we have distortion there, so we don't need that. We can go in and take down the smoothing a little bit. You know, there's kinds of things you can do. And the best part is that you can also just go in and do something very, very wild. Like we could go in and do, say, 4. Let's do 8. So 6, 7, 8. Let's do 16. And you could go in and do, for example, an LFO on the harmonic. And then you just go crazy, right? So you do like 1, 4. And you just do this. Maybe not that high. Do a little bit low. And then maybe we start off from like 8 instead. So now we're getting something like that as an example. Let's actually go a little bit lower. Let's go to 4. And theoretically, if you make it, instead of going harmonics, if you make it semi-cent, you can quantize these jumps. So what you can do is you can use a remap, and you can use something like quantized 48 semitones, chromatic. And if you apply that to the semi-cent, 48 would be 24 plus and minus. And you then send that to the remap. It's now doing jumps of, let's go back to 8 here. It's doing semitone jumps, and that is very powerful with things like chroma. So if I load up chroma, and I do D minor, and I turn on some spectral morphing and stuff like that, and I go into here, I can actually write some melody. Because it's jumping between all the semitone notes, and then it's getting corrected effectively to, we gotta go 48 actually here. 48. Corrected to the scale that we're in. Which is pretty fun. We just gotta increase the range. We go in here. So all of those results are chromatically in key. The flanger still makes a huge difference. If we took that one off, it'd be a little bit flat. So that's another option, but I don't want this to be chromatic. I do want it to be a little bit off key. So we'll just go. And that one. Get rid of the distortion. I'll use those two and then mess around. Yeah, there we go. And then another growl, and then we'll do this one a little bit different. Nuts. The offbeat. Where is it? It's too loud. It needs to be lower. Let's do a little bit higher, that note. I'm going to do one thing here. I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to take a bass flow. And I'm going to go ahead and do... what's the timing here? Boga. I'm going to do bam, 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 bam. I'm going to copy this guy, put it there. And I'm just going to high pass this. I'm only interested in that note. But maybe we can distort it beforehand by grabbing a distortion, turning down the gain, grabbing a filter, a low shelf, let's move it a little bit. No, that's probably that one. But it doesn't really need that. It doesn't really need that, does it? Wow, that's fire. Sounds like a water drop. In the sub here has a bit too much harmonics, so I'm going to lower that a little bit. Yeah, that's good, that's good. And then here, I think I'm going to cut this guy, put it to Elastic Pro, and then just like make it a little bit shorter. So I can cut these guys and just do and then we're going to introduce I think just literally a melody loop. And I'm going to go to D sharp minor. I'm going to do this one. And I'm going to move it there. And then I'm going to make sure that this is in Elastic Pitch Pro. Let's go Transgate. What's Transgate? And just do 2. Just a fast way to do then, but this is double the speed, so that's a problem. Probably is as well. Yeah, this one is. This one is also double the speed. Okay, elastic 2. And then we'll do 1 pitch up. And that's D sharp, so resolution part. That sounds pretty cool. Let's do EQ. Take down these guys. I think the transgate is cool, but it's not tight enough for me. So I'll go with the gain instead. And now we can play around with the formant. We'll do an octave up. C. That's pretty cool, I'd say. Move it a little bit. Maybe here. Octave lower, maybe. Yeah, sounds pretty cool. Let's add a sub. And then get rid of this one and do this guy, and then we'll do bam. And I think here the gain needs to go up pretty quickly. Oh no, yeah, this way. Why is the... Wait. What the fuck is going on? Stop. What are you doing? Why are all the automation clips open? What the fuck? What the helly? Oh my god. I can play the track. Tilt sound. It's perfect that you're here. What the fuck did I just do? Why are all my automations open? Why can't I close them? Is this a bug? Oh, am I crazy? Why are all the animations open? I can't close them. Shift. Okay, I'm going to select all. Shift A. And then A. But, okay. What the helly? Oh my god. Okay, wait 1 second. I'm going to save real quick. Ugh. I'm gonna close the project real quick. I did just save. Why do you want me to save again? Shift A could close them. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually getting a little tired. I was gonna stop at 3 a.m. But for some reason, usually I have a lot of energy when it comes to streaming. Somehow. Oh, they did mess with them in the last beta. Okay. Well, if you'd like to listen, this is the second track I've started in Bitwig. Okay. It kind of... Wait, 1 second. What the fuck is going on again? It lost all snapping. Ah, there it is. Yeah. So, here we go. Oh no. 1 second. The animations are still there. I didn't fix it. Okay, Shift A. Nope. Wait, what? Why? What? Whoa. What the fuck is going on? Wait, no, I'm minimizing them now. Okay, wait. So do I just wait, Control A? Did I fix it? I think I might have fixed it. I think I fixed it. Yeah, I think I fixed it. Okay. Ignore this guy. Okay. Make them all small. Oh my god, please. No. Select the damn channels. There we go. A few outliers. Okay, here we go. We got it. Okay, nice. Oh, little jump scare. Sorry about that. Now this is the things I'm working on the top and in this next one. I'm going to go to first step. So we're going to transition. And then I also had this section. Oh, nope. Wait, that was not supposed to be in there. You touch it. There's a little fun bass line going up and down. And then this mid section, which I'm going to be bringing in later in the break. So yeah, lots of fun, lots of fun, and everything so far has been working well in this project. The kilohertz plugins seem to kind of slow down after a while. They run at like 3 FPS after 2 hours or 3 hours of work. And for some reason, about 2 or 3 hours ago, I did something and all of my Pluck Data patches reset. That was very scary. But I assume that has something to do with Pluck Data, probably. So I'll have to look at that with the developer on what was that, what that was about. That was very scary. But luckily I saved before that. But yeah, sort of just, a very fun tune, and everything is just smooth and it's just running. Trust it one bit. I get that. The next version 0.9.3 is going to be a lot more stable and has all the bugs fixed that that the current version may have. Especially in Bitwig, there's a lot of bugs because 0.9.2 was only tested with Ableton a lot. Guess why? Because I was using Ableton at the time. So this next version is going to have a lot of Bitwig related issues fixed. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The clap version, like the combination of Bitwig, clap, and macOS, all three together, seems to be such a specific combination that it just breaks multiple things about Pluck Data. And then we'll do a higher. Is that the bass? I think that's the bass. And then we can try something else. All of these are fun. What was it? What was it? So many cool textures there. Then let's do longer. We're getting buffer repeats. It's meaty. I need this to be a little bit tighter, like more. Since it hit just a bit harder. It's already maxed out. You try 20. I lost the sound that I had earlier. Who knows, maybe there'll be something better somewhere else. There's some cool sounds there. Maybe we'll make this one a little bit tighter in terms of the noise here. And then we'll just... And then we'll use the Valhalla room as a short-term slapback. Me too. There's too many good options. Okay, what if I actually go from below? And then I just do too much. Probably not. I like that one though. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that works. The offbeat. Wait, where is it? The offbeat. I don't think that one needs to exist. That one doesn't need to exist. Bum, 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 bum. Again, many cool options. Jesus Christ. Okay. Nah, that's nuts. Okay, there we go. This is the last thing. I think I'm just going to replace this with a 808. Where's the sound? Oh, did this change? I think this needs to be a slight variation. Maybe the thanks for the 2. I appreciate it. Okay, this needs to be stronger. I think that I need to grab the fundamental. Well, not really. I can probably just add a sine wave and thanks for another 2. Okay. Sunday morning here. Can we please have some calm and peaceful sounds playing? Maybe. This just needs a bit more attitude. I wonder how. What's wrong with that guy? Wait, no. Am I editing the right channel? I suppose I am. What can I do? Maybe I'll do going on to 6. Yeah, I think that's a bit cleaner. A bit cleaner. And then the last thing is macro 2. And then maybe move that way. No. also missing in the back effects. Don't quite react to the drop. So I'm going to grab a compressor plus. I'm going to use it to sidechain from sidechain drop. And then we're just going to go, Jesus Christ, drop master post, I suppose. And then I'll leave the ratio at 2, but yeah, I guess the attack should be like at 1, quite a bit of release. And then if we play everything together, then what we're going to do is we're going to pull this down to minus 16. And then we're going to have some makeup gain. So it's actually a lot louder. So when we have quiet parts, you know, we're bringing up the rest. And I think if we have 8 here, we should have 16 here. That's good. Set up the ratio a little bit more. So up to 3. And then also let's give it a bit of a knee. 40%. Yes, I've heard of the time shift, time shift device. I've also heard of the crazy the DC offset device. This thing is nuts. The fact that they just made a device that just does this. Like Ableton would ever not ever let you do this. Yeah, it does sound like a situation. Okay, this needs to be a little better. Let's get rid of that one. I don't know if it should just... What if we do... What if we make this one have legato, and then we just give it a bit of... Probably more. Yeah, that's a bit better. And then we'll just do the same thing twice. But I'm not quite hearing the... That's a bit better. But then we make it a little bit shorter. Oh, really? That's cool. Let's see if we can find a better position for the melody here. Yeah, that's nice. Let's make this growl a little bit special. So I'm going to go, instead of with a complex, I'm going to go with an additive wavetable. I'm going to leave it relatively untouched in terms of form. Okay. Maybe less drive there because I don't really want to distort it. Disgusting. It's like acid style. I can also lower it. Yeah, Facepun's goated. You're very much right on that. That one's kind of nuts. Let's try that one. A bit much in terms of... Excuse me. That's ridiculous. What the hell? Oh, that's nuts. All right, there we go. I do want it to be a bit more... bit more lower pitch as well. I mean, it's pretty good. Let's turn and talk. Yes, it is cheating. not super happy just yet. I think it's too acidy, and that's probably because of the factory. I guess we'll stay with the regular wavetables then. We can try some other ones. Like I have these growl ones and the glitch ones, which are going to be very, very weird. Yes, this is the new tune in Bitwig. What the hell? About that one. That one's fun. And then give it out 100%. Get a little bit 100%. Make it a little bit tighter. Something different. Higher. But noise. I think this one could use some flanger, actually. If we had a flanger at the beginning, that could actually add a bit more interest in terms of a bit less noise. The noise sounds weird. Fattrader does some weird things. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. What is that? High frequency stuff. Is that the noise? Ew. Okay, don't do that. Ew, 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 ew. No pass. A little bit. That does not sound pleasant. And it's probably because this is too clean too. Yeah, now it's a bit cleaner. And then we can... Yeah, I think Spec is doing something weird with the high end there. A bit too... I don't like the high end. That's too much. Less. The saturator does sound pretty good though. Like it does add something. Where is it again? Right here. Never mind. Let's try that one. Sounds like I could time invert this. It doesn't do much either. Okay, we're gonna try the disperser in this one. Just gonna thicken up the transients a little bit. Your OG track on CDS is good. I still adore that tune. That was a banger. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure if I put it like all the way at the end, it would probably have the most effect. Yeah. In some occasions, it's good. I think now the phaser is probably... No, I like it. But I want more vowel. Or vowel. I want to move the phase back to 180. There we go. Turn on the noise. We might as well try the same technique that I did earlier, where we're going to take the sound and distort it. So I'm going to push a low shelf into it as well. Give it some drive, give it some bias, and then we're going to high pass it so we can just generate some upper harmonics. You know what? I'm liking that quite a bit. Maybe let's... Yeah, that's pretty good. Instead of whatever other thing that was. Now the noise doesn't need to like work overtime. Oh, that's kind of nuts now. I'm liking that a lot more. Okay, nice. Maybe a little bit less resonance. All right, that's pretty good. There's so many cool positions there. So I always get choice paralysis with this stuff.
Cause
this sound is nice, but we need to effectively push the mids. I think particularly this section. Nothing else. It's not coming through, is it? Is that because... Slow the real... Disgusting. I think we're just going to do like a double. Maybe even like double. Wow, and then it should probably... Also, thank you, Buddy of Play Music. I think we're going to make this one a triplet. Oh. No, that's too much. Probably just, let's, never mind. Just, oh, come on. Bum. Oh, come on. Ah, okay. Yeah, it wants to be somewhere over here instead. Let me move this, please. And then this one, we actually do something about the sub, because it does need to be slightly different. I'm going to lower that. And then we are going to grab an envelope and we're going to do like 4. And this. And then this needs to be a different sound there. And now we need to clean up the drums a little bit, because everything's kind of just existing, yeah? We'll clean that up. Clean that up. This one we probably also just fade out. bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. I want the grids to be bigger, but still be adaptive. Is that still not addressed, huh? Tilde sounds. I still can't change the grid size and keep it adaptive. It's just gonna decide whatever it thinks is the right I think this layer needs to be stronger. Almost. It's almost there. I think the delay is justified, and then this needs to be... All right, let's figure out the BFX here. So this doesn't need to exist. Okay. It removed everything. That's not what I wanted. And now I'm undoing it. And what does it have? Undo insert tracks. Okay. Oh, I'm pressing Control D. That's the wrong button. Okay. Undo adjust fade out time. Nothing broke yet. Everything's still working. See, this is something I don't get. I just want to select like... I want to use this tool to select... Okay, wait. So not selecting everything. I don't want it to select everything. You see what I mean? I only want it to select a few channels. Maybe I have to hold some kind of button. Nope. It's like being able to box select is harder than it should be. I can box select like this, and then it works. But if I box select like this, then it selects a clip. Because you're selecting on the group track, and not on the channels. I mean, I am selecting on the channel, right? But it's accounting the entire time select. You know what I mean? You want to use the to tool. I'm selecting the time select. Yeah, it's selecting the entire arrangement. That's like what I'm a bit confused about. I don't know, maybe there's a setting here that changes that. It could honestly be a bug, because obviously it's not supposed to select everything. It's only supposed to select a region like that. But I can't select a region when a clip is selected as well. And then it selects the clip. It's a bit strange the way it does it. See, I only want to delete these bottom ones. I guess I could select just the group as well. That works. That's nice. That stop in there is nice. I have a question. Why did you delete the song Problems? Because we had some issues with the singer on it, the rapper on it. There was some back-end issues where it kind of We kind of had to take it down, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Yeah, because yeah, from what your mouse is doing, it should select the time only on the tracks. Yeah. Not the record label. That too, though. But there was multiple things. It was a very messy thing, unfortunately. No, I want to do bum, 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 bum. Let's make this shorter. Higher. I think that's it. What about maybe? Do you plan to release it? Sadly, I cannot because it's using an a cappella from Ariana Grande. You probably couldn't quite tell, but yeah, for that reason, I cannot put it up on DSP. And then we get, oh yeah, we select this section and then get rid of that. There we go. I want this to be more like moving more. I mean, that actually does move. I guess we have to mute. Just have to mute these guys. There's one more thing I want to do. Whenever the main bass hits, I like the sound, but I also wanted to have a gritty, like a growl layer there. So I'm going to add a channel. I'm going to go to the first sample pack. I'm going to go to the growls here, and I'm just going to drag them in. And we're just going to use them as a mid to high frequency layer. So I'm just going to put them on 4. And that's just gonna add a little bit of energy. Maybe even like up until here. I like that because it adds a little bit more texture. But maybe not this growl, maybe a different one. Maybe a different one. I just kind of need one that has a nice ending. So all of these on. Yeah, that's it. I kind of need an end like that. Please. Okay, here's another thing, right? When I add a fade I cannot stretch the sample anymore. I'm going insane. You see this shit? Like, I cannot stretch the sample anymore. I have to first reset the fade and then I can stretch the sample. Actually, wait, I don't even want to stretch the sample. Right. But it's another problem. I did have occasions where I wanted to fade and do that. Oh yeah, I like that. I think it needs to be a... Yeah, see, oh, wait, there we go. We almost got it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Melodics? It's not quite well, I mean, okay, sure, like, you know, it's not necessarily a sine wave. I'll give it that. But we can always fade it. Oh wait, we also have the clipper on there, so that should probably... Ah, it was probably just too much on the clipper then. And also... No. Yeah, I think I actually just want a bass plant in there. Bass plant. Get rid of the EQ, get rid of the clipper, and we're just gonna do a cool little thing here. I suppose that's a audio channel, so we need to convert this to a hybrid track and then to an instrument track. Control J. This is 0. Then turn this down. And then we'll take this and make it just a little bit faster. We'll flip this and make it a bar. So then we go back in here and we mess around with the macro, which will just introduce a little bit longer and a little bit more. So then we have a proper control over this shit. So we'll do that. Turn down. There we go. I'm not sure I could even make this. I mean, I could, right? Theoretically speaking, I can make it stereo. Yeah. A perfect granular rating masterpiece. Thank you so much. Oh, Now it's missing so much energy. I guess I can play. This one is kind of... let's try filter table. What? Snappy. We need snappy. And then we need filter table, and we need to push the gain because we're going to use the diffuse. Oh, that was laggy. Jesus Christ. Maybe twice. Yes. Yes. Those don't really have a note, do they? Because the noise layer is so strong. And the main layer. Oh shit. I mean, those are cool. Okay, that one's really cool. Okay, maybe you shouldn't be so loud. Mate. Insane. Cool. Okay, maybe we'll do. Obviously, that drop does not belong there, so we're going to move that. Let's take the... where's the drum roll that I had in the first round? Here we go. I think... okay, I just want to figure this one out. Okay, there we go. I guess that was it. Okay, we just need like one impact there because it's a bit empty right now. So we go effects, impacts. Sounds nice. That one might fit. I think these are 150 BPM, so I'm going to type that in. That should be correct. So if I play this. Bum, bada, bum, bum, bum. And then I think I'm going to remove this guy. And so just for now, I'm just going to throw in a glitch just as a placeholder. Bass glitch more. Did I disable the feature? I did. Okay. Maybe a little bit too dark for this. I think this could use I had a fill, like a tom roll. I had something like that. I think if I take that one, where am I? Jesus Christ. I have a feeling a triplet would fit for some reason. What would be that? Would be a triplet. Go to hello shift. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, one more. Okay. And then we'll put these to elastic. Again, I can't do anything. Now I'm gonna see if I can just like resonate. Multipass, I need you. Why are you distorting? Wait. Wait. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong channel. Make it more extreme. More cue, please. And we actually get like a tom. Oh, Hyperlenian, you want to hear what I've been doing? World record stream. Cut out there for some reason. And then it would like repeat that bit, right? Let me delete this, please. Thank you. So this is the idea. I think this is a bit too much. I need to like probably cut this here. And then trade this in. And then one last thing I'll do, and then I'll probably wrap up the stream. There you go. Yeah, technically speaking, I should do that here, right? I should probably actually like move this to the end and then have the thing here. This one. So effectively this entire melodic section I should probably throw in here. Yeah, I think we should probably change up the drums here as well. I agree. So like, oh my god, please, I don't know, what are you doing? Why are you opening up? See, that's a bug. I'm telling you. That is a bug. Whatever it did here, that is a bug. It shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that. Shouldn't be doing that. There we go. Thank you. I probably shouldn't play that vocal, probably should do something else. And then we need to do like a Maybe like a different, like here we could go with the other one. Well, I mean, that's pretty cool. Let's try. Something like that. Really cool. And then I'll duplicate this guy, and there'll be higher octave. And we'll do something else. And then I want it to be... Nope. Nope. I mean, could that work here as well, if I just did this? Just a little, this sound part is just a little sad right now. It's just empty. There's nothing there. I'm just going to throw in a rewind, because why not? Just so we have something. Maybe that one or this one. Oof, Jesus Christ. Stretch it like that. Bouncer? What the fuck just happened? What the fuck was that shit? What the fuck? Okay, wait. I gotta figure out the... There we go. I think we can have some leeway, like... Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. think, okay. One more thing. There should be ba 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 instead of ba 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 ba. So I'm going to go inside. I'm going to just do that. I think I can just do this. Yeah, that's good. What if we go like even more abrasive with this guy? That's too much. Let's go like 5, like extreme. 7? A bit much. Let's do 5. It's got proper attitude. Yeah, this entire second section here isn't correct either. Oh, yeah, I know what's supposed to happen. We're supposed to mute this guy. And then we're going to go in here. And we're going to duplicate this guy. And we're going to have him come back. And then we're going to bring back the automation, which was this guy. We're going to bring that back. So that's going to come back like this. And then this guy's going to go crazy with the... Why is it not changing it? Oh, it's getting there. It just needs to be more aggressive. Yeah. Not like in the high end there. Let's try a different wavetable. Let me quickly write down the melody. It's like a... And it's an audio clip for some reason. Well, thanks. Thanks, Bitwig. I don't know why you made it an audio clip. Maybe you probably pressed the wrong combination. No, that's not what I want to do. Wait, I should just be able... Oh my god, please. So now we can make that just a little bit more pretty by putting it to legato and giving it a little bit of glide. No. I really don't want it to make notes that long. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's stop one. save that for later though. Never trigger for that. Maybe it actually fits in there. But I'll go ahead and do this. This just needs to be higher. How to make it higher? Like, I want it to be... I think that's it. Okay. I think I'll call it quits here. That was enough, right? That was enough. That for sure was enough for today. We've done a lot. I think this roaster drop fits in quite nicely. I'll still have to work on the transition to it so it feels natural. But so far, feeling pretty good about it. So I'm going to go ahead and save, play it one more time, and then play it one last time before then fade out the stream. All right. So let's go ahead and play it one more time. I'm going to mute myself. Awesome. Awesome. Well then, I'm going to play it one more time. There's a weird, I think, CPU-related hiccup somewhere in the middle of the track, so excuse that. But yeah, this has turned out great. I'm going to obviously continue working on this. I don't know if it's going to be again on stream. I'll see. But to anyone who's been sticking around, I appreciate you, and I wish you a great rest of your weekend. And I'll see you around soon again with news about Pluck Data, because there's going to be tons of news. And besides that, I hope you have a great rest of your night as well. So see you around. Bye bye. Bye bye.